Augie, are you here? Come on. And is Owen here? Owen? No Owen. Owen, come here. anybody want to be a bear? Piper Emerson. Okay, guys, here we go. It's time to get started here. Just a couple of reminders, okay? This is supposed to be as much like a courtroom as possible, so you guys as an audience, please remember to Stay quiet, okay? Not silent, but quiet. You guys if you want to talk, you can during trials and between trials, okay? Save it for then. Your expectation that you have is in between, or while the trial is going on and you're not up here, that you are working on this feedback on trial practice. Each of the pages, okay, is front and back. And each of the pages, each one is for the other trials that you are not on. There's 3 in here. Okay, there should be 3 trials that you are not on. Right? You are turning them in for credit. That's something for you guys to do while you're not up here. Okay? Yeah. Remember to just be a good audience. We worked really hard to get here. We've been doing this for the last 2 months, so just be respectful. Alright? Yes, credit. Why don't we do that in between the trials, because we're about to start here. Okay? A little late. It's okay. You guys have any questions? You guys good?
All rise. The Court of General Sessions, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Hayden.
Please be seated. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant, Tommy Wright, with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceeding for National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, I represent your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Kaylin Badgley, and I, along with my colleagues, represent the United States in this case against Tommy Wright. On July 11, 2023, the defendant in this matter, Tommy Wright, recklessly flew his aircraft that contained 2 other passengers, including a business partner, into a lethal crash below Mount Dominic. Wright proceeded to threaten to withhold business from their partner in the aircraft unless the partner repeated the same lie to the NTSB investigator regarding the elevation of the aircraft and weather conditions immediately before the crash. This case is about obstruction of justice. The evidence will show the defendant attempted to influence a witness and mislead a federal investigation conducted by the NTSB. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is about the truth and what happens when someone tries to change it to protect themselves. Tommy Wright chose money and business over responsibility and dragged his partner down with him. When he made the decision to impress clients the day of the crash, it was his ego that got the best of him. The partner, Jamie Goose Henderson, represents the true colors of Wright and the events that transpired during and after the flight. The defendant was an experienced pilot who understood the rules, regulations, and the legalities of flying. When the plane went down, the defendant immediately knew why: his reckless flying. He covered up his reckless maneuvers with the fact that downdrafts are common to the area. However, the one other surviving witness knows the truth. Members of the jury, the prosecution will call 3 witnesses to the stand. Their testimony will piece together Tommy Wright's actions as they form correlation with aspects of the crime for conviction. First, the people will bring forward Tree Mitchell, the National Transportation Safety Board investigator to this crash. Tree Mitchell will testify that when she arrived at the crash site, the defendant immediately blamed the downdraft. The defendant then abruptly transitioned the questioning over to Ms. Henderson when Mitchell began speaking with Ms. Henderson. Ms. Henderson responded in an awkward, scripted manner that reflected exactly what Mr. Wright had been spitting out. All considered, Mitchell was weary of the story because of how unlikely downdraft alone can take a plane to the ground. Mitchell followed up on her instinct and checked the plane's flight log. She will testify that the flight log data showed the plane was flying below the required altitude just before the crash. When Mitchell confronts the passenger with the flight log she has felt anxious during flight because Mr. Wright would fly too low for comfort. This included the day of the incident. Moving over to the plane, after the plane had crashed, Ms. Henderson will testify that Mr. Wright threatened their business deal if she told anybody anything other than a downdraft being at fault. It was later on, while in the hospital, that Ms. Henderson admitted to lying and told the investigator the truth. In that moment, her morals prevailed. Additionally, she will testify that while in the hospital, Ms. Henderson received a handwritten note from Mr. Wright begging her to continue the lie. Even while the two of them were injured and breathing, Mr. Wright had the audacity to badger Ms. Henderson once more. Lastly, the prosecution will bring Sonny Marshall to the stand. Marshall, along with one of their other friends, Jerry, were out camping the day of the crash. They witnessed the plane as it flew overhead and then plummeted to the ground. Sonny Marshall testified that he observed the plane flying unusually low before the crash. The two campers watched as the plane then performed an extremely risky maneuver that ultimately led to the plane's demise. From both campers' perspectives, the pilot was certainly not playing it safe. Mr. Marshall will testify that they were the first to respond to the crash and help the injured passengers out of the plane. In doing so, Marshall was able to catch the defendant's odd behaviors immediately afterward. This included a conversation between the two conscious passengers. Although Marshall couldn't decipher the specific words, he will testify the undeniable tense and pressured tone in which Mr. Wright was influencing Ms. Henderson. The defense may argue that a downdraft alone was the undeniable cause of the crash. However, the evidence will show that the defendant pressured the only other survivor, Ms. Henderson, to repeat that very explanation despite the contradictory flight data. The defense may also suggest the defendant's statements, while in the hospital, should be discounted due to his physical and mental condition after the crash. Yet the evidence will show that Ms. Henderson, who experienced the same traumatic event, was later able to come forward and tell the truth. Finally, the defense may challenge the accuracy of the flight log. However, the data depicts that the aircraft was flying at a dangerously low elevation well before the crash, an elevation inconsistent with safe piloting. Together, this evidence will allow you to determine what truly caused the crash and what happened in its aftermath. At the conclusion of this trial, we are confident that you will find that we have met our burden of proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Tommy Wright performed a handful of risky maneuvers while flying that resulted in the death of another man. Mr. Wright knew that if word got out that the crash was due to the pilot, it wouldn't be just his plane that crashed. Luckily for him, the specific area he was flying in was prone to heavy winds, the perfect cover-up. However, he still had one problem: the other passengers. Wright utilized coercion over Ms. Henderson in order to echo the message that it was simply a strong downdraft that caused the crash. He held their business partnership over Ms. Henderson's head to make sure that she wouldn't speak otherwise. Although she originally did spread the lie to the NTSB investigator, her morals were stronger. She came clean to the investigator, which put Mr. Wright in a predicament. He could either come forward and take responsibility or keep digging his own hole. Tommy Wright chose the latter. At the conclusion of this case, the evidence will show that the defendant knowingly attempted to mislead investigators and wrongly influence a witness. For that reason, we will ask you to find him guilty of obstruction of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, you may present your opening statement.
May I proceed?
You may.
This is the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright. My name is Lila Rodriguez and I represent the defendant, Tommy Wright, in this case. On July 11, 2023, Tommy Wright had a flight scheduled with his good friend, Jamie Bruce Henderson, and a new client, Mike Cobra Beck, who was also a good friend of Bruce's. Tommy was a very experienced driver. He had years of flight experience as well as his own charter company called Joby Charter Flights that opened with his friend Taryn Merlin Hawkins in the 1990s. The flight that took off on July 11th was a 135 flight which carried the client Cobra, which is a flight where they would carry clients for months. Cobra was a former Navy pilot and wanted to take a nature cruise then become like a returning flight. Tommy knew that flying high over the path would be difficult to take in the nature view, as well as get the photographs that Cobra had wanted. After taking off, there were no issues. However, Tommy knew he needed to maintain a distance of 500 feet above the ground in order to abide by the FAA regulations. Once they got to about 500 to 600 feet off the ground, they spotted a family of bears that Cobra wanted to get a good view of. Tommy then turned around and drew their gun between 500 and 550 feet. Tommy knew the plane very well and knew how reliable it was, which allowed him to feel confident at flying at this height. The plane then took a sharp left and began to descend. Tommy felt that they had encountered a downdraft, which was one of the biggest and strongest ones he has ever seen. This was the last thing Tommy remembered until being on the ground and feeling excruciating pain. At first, campers arrived at the site and then shortly after first responded. Tommy's memory at this time was very foggy, and it was very difficult for him to remember what was happening. He couldn't recall any specific conversations he had at this time. During the time when Tommy was in the ambulance, Bruin had started asking him questions which Tommy barely had any recollection of. He does remember telling Mitchell that he was flying over 500 feet, which at the time was what he knew he should. Once they arrived at the hospital, they had confirmed Tommy's pelvis was completely shattered. To deal with the excruciating pain Tommy was feeling, the doctor kept him on Organon, which is a very intense painkiller. This painkiller is known for making people feel very discombobulated and make them drown. Mitchell then began asking Tommy more questions about the accident when he was in the hospital. He accused Tommy of flying under 500 feet, which was shown by the Garmin GPS found in the crash site. There are many issues that happen with the Garmin GPS where it needs to review itself. If that occurs during a flight, the equipment would be unable to connect to satellites, which causes gaps in the data. Secondly, if the GPS became overheated, it would be unable to accurately transmit information. Lastly, when flying in mountainous terrain, it could have blocked the connection between the GPS and the satellites that are tracking the location. This raises concern on how accurate the GPS information was when Tommy was on this flight. Once this information was presented to Tommy, he had tried to explain what the downdraft had caused the crash. This conversation took place when Tommy's memory and consciousness were extremely impaired, and he had little memory of this conversation. The National Transportation Safety Board is trying to accuse Tommy of lying about the height in which he was flying and violating the FAA regulation on needing to fly over 500 feet. However, due to Tommy's condition at the time of questioning, because his consciousness was extremely impaired due to the Organon painkiller substance. Therefore, the mens rea in this case is missing, which leads to no information beyond a reasonable doubt that Tommy Wright was in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, are you going to call your first witness?
May I proceed?
You may.
Please introduce yourself to the court. Good morning. I am Treat Mitchell, investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. Can you explain what the National Transportation Safety Board is? We're an independent federal agency that investigates every civil aviation accident in the United States as well as major incidents involving other modes of transportation. The Code of Federal Regulations directs us to establish the facts, circumstances, and cause and probable cause of civil aviation accidents, which are what I focus on. And how many civil aviation incidents have you investigated since being here at this agency? Since 2007, I've investigated 41 civil aviation accidents. Moving on July 11th, what was the task for? To investigate a crash of a small plane on the southwestern side of Mount Dominic, right around the border between Geneva County and Cascade. And around what time did you arrive at the crash? I was approaching the crash site 10 minutes after 6 p.m. And before arriving, what information were you given? I was informed the defendant had departed from a local airport in Silver Sky Airport wreckage was situated near the bottom of Mount Dominic, just beyond the Esparza Shelf, which is a plateau that lies between the southwest side of Mount Dominic and southeast of Harrington Beach. What is your knowledge regarding these types of planes? The Skyhawk was first built in 1955. It's been the most common types of aircraft in existence. There have been an enormous number of flights in this aircraft that have occurred without incident. I've actually flown a Skyhawk before. My experience aligns with its reputation. I found it intuitive, responsive, and easy to use. While on the crash site, what can you tell me about the integrity of the plane? At the crash site, the plane was mostly but not entirely intact. Who did you talk to first while at the crash site? I talked to the emergency workers first who were attending to any of the injured victims, and I asked them to identify these victims. They identified Tommy Wright, who was the pilot, Bruce Henderson, who was sitting behind the pilot, and Mike Metcalf, who was sitting next to the pilot. And after the emergency worker identified the victims, who did you speak to first? I chose to speak to the defendant first. When you spoke to the defendant, how was their behavior? The defendant was lucid and communicative at all times during our conversation. The defendant was talking about how they were going to lose their insurance and their business, and talked about how deadly downdrafts are. And what is a downdraft? Is an air mass that moves in a downward direction, and they can cause sudden but almost manageable drops in altitude. Are downdrafts usually common when flying an aircraft? Minor downdrafts are common, but a downdraft causing a crash is a 1 in 1,000 sort of event, especially if the aircraft is flying behind you. The day of the crash was calm, clear, and wingless, so a downdraft alone wouldn't have caused the crash. What else did the defendant say to you during your conversation? The defendant was convincing himself that he wasn't below deck and telling me to ask Bruce Henderson, the other survivor, for verification. This struck me as pretty odd, since it was the defendant piloting the plane and not Bruce Henderson. Who did you talk to after you talked to the defendant? I chose to speak to Bruce Henderson. And what did you discuss with Henderson? Henderson was hesitant when answering my question of how high the plane was before the crash. Then he finally said they were definitely flying above me. What did you investigate inside the plane? The navigation system. As I walked toward the plane, I recognized Norman 370 GPS on the dashboard. It's a common navigation device among pilots of small planes. I actually have one in my own plane. I've encountered Garmin GPS device dozens of times in my career, and in my own experience, the device generally provides an accurate measure of altitude. I collected the device and transported it back to my office and that's where I printed the flight log. And what can you tell me about the flight log? I knew I had been lied to when I logged into the Garmin device. The flight log showed that minutes before the crash, the defendant had descended suddenly from 550 feet to about 400 feet, and the defendant stayed there for about 30 seconds. The data had ended at that point, which is when the crash most likely occurred. What did you do after you realized you had been lied to? I printed a copy of the flight log data and went straight to the hospital. I found Henderson and talked to her over the GPS data. Henderson immediately broke down in tears. She came forward with the truth and admitted that the You mentioned that during your Navy career you had a reputation for being careless, which resulted in multiple safety incidents, right?
Yes, that is true, but I got dispatched to as an investigator.
After these incidents, you were investigated for insubordination and left the Navy, correct?
Yes, that is true.
When you were questioning the defendant directly after the crash, didn't you just experience traumatic injuries?
Yes, but he was completely communicated.
And did he seem disoriented or confused at all while you were questioning him?
No, not at all.
You mentioned that downdrafts rarely cause plane crashes, but isn't it possible for downdrafts to contribute to serious accidents?
Yes, but if you're flying at the correct altitude, the downdraft shouldn't cause a crash like this.
The Garmin GPSs that were on a specific flight aren't always 100% reliable, right?
I suppose so, but this device shouldn't be used.
You mentioned that these Garmins can vary in altitude readings from 50 to 100 feet, correct?
Yes, but he shouldn't be flying at the proper altitude.
Is it true that you don't have any professional experience with satellites and compass or GPS signaling?
That is true.
So if the plane was reported to be around 550 feet soon before the crash, it's possible that the satellite connection could have disconnected and the plane could have been above 500 feet when it crashed, right?
Yes, that is true.
Do you know what organox is and how it can affect a patient's memory or drowsiness?
No, I do not.
Were you aware that right before you asked the defendant about the GPS data, he was put on organox and it can impair their mental cognitive?
When I was speaking to the defendant, he was very evasive and combative, and he was trying to shoo me away, but I don't think that was because of the drug. I think he was definitely on the line.
So in the hospital, did he seem confused or mentally impaired at all?
Not exactly.
And during your questioning, the defendant never seemed like they maliciously tried to cause this plane crash or lie, correct?
Can you repeat the question again?
And during your questioning, the defendant never seemed like they maliciously tried to cause this plane crash or lie about regulations, correct?
No, he definitely was lying about the regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused. Prosecution may call their second witness. Please state your name for the court. What do you do for work?
I'm a wildlife photographer.
Do you know the defendant, Tommy Wright?
Yeah, we were somewhat of business partners at times.
How would you describe your relationship with Tommy Wright?
He's a little older, but more of a girl seeker. We ended up being good friends, and we sent each other people that would be interested in each other's work.
How would you describe his smile when he was with you?
I've never felt unsafe, but he did fly low to the ground. I trusted him.
On the day of the crash, where were you guys flying?
We started out at the Esperanza shelf, and then northwest to Mount Dominic, and maybe below us was Harrington, but I couldn't tell. I could only tell based on what I saw in the window.
Who was on the plane this day?
Tommy, my friend.
When approaching Tommy on the day of the crash, how was he behaving?
He seemed normal, other than his routine.
Do you think he seemed more brazen or trying to impress someone?
What'd you say?
Do you think he seemed like more brazen, like he was trying to impress someone?
Yeah, I can see that.
After the crash, what happened?
He kept saying it was about downdraft, and saying if I ever wanted him to bring me business again, I
After this, when you were in the hospital, what happened?
Tanner handed me a note after we visited Tom.
I would like to introduce exhibit number 5 to the case, Tommy's note. You may. Who is this note from?
It was from Tom.
And what did this note say?
I'm so sorry, but remember what I said, and you'll be okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense may cross-examine.
Miss Henderson. Miss Henderson, you're a professional wildlife photographer, correct? Not a licensed pilot?
Yes, correct.
How about
In fact, you stated in your sworn affidavit that you cannot give an accurate estimate of the plane's altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yet, despite your lack of aviation expertise, you flew Tommy Wright for over 15 years and even recommended him to your friends. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also stated before the day of the crash you never once felt unsafe in Tommy's plane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's start with the day of the accident, when the investigator Mitchell asked you point blank how high the plane was flying, and you made the decision to lie to a federal officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You told the investigator that the plane was definitely high enough because you wanted to protect your own business interests in your next edit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is it that you chose to lie to a federal officer right after seeing your close friend who you brought on the plane dying in front of you? Would you protect him if it wasn't true that we were at the right altitude?
Can you repeat the question?
You told me. Why is it that you chose to lie to a federal officer right after seeing your close friend who you brought on the plane dying in front of you? Would you have chose to lie if your friend was dying in front of you?
No.
No. Okay. You only changed your story right after the investigator confronted you with the flight data and you realized that you could be in serious trouble. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you think the jury can trust your new statement after you've contradicted yourself multiple times under oath?
I told the truth about the
Finally, regarding the note you claim Tommy sent to threaten you, the jury cannot see a clean and intact copy of it today because you crumpled it and stained it in a very convenient spot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, would you agree that at the start of this flight, it was a routine route that you've done plenty of times and a routine maneuver that you've done multiple times and you've never felt unsafe in prior times? Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Counselor. You have the excuse. Prosecution, you're ready to call your third witness. You may.
Please state your name to the jury.
My name is Sonny Marshall.
And where were you?
And where were you on July 11th, 2023, the day of the plane crash?
I was camping at the foot of Mount Dominant with a buddy of mine named Jerry Moore.
And as an experienced camper, what height do you normally watch planes flying at?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw immediately before the plane crashed?
Immediately before the plane crash, we saw a plane fly low over our campsite, and we didn't see it but apparently the plane did a 180 because it was headed right back to our direction at an even lower rate than the first time.
Can you describe the area you were camping in?
The area I was camping has both a bunch of trees and some clearings.
After the crash, what actions did you see Jerry do to help the victims?
He ran immediately to who was in the plane.
And did you follow him?
stayed back after outside. I was gonna survive Henderson.
While assisting at the crash site, did you overhear any conversation between Tommy Wright and Deuce Henderson? If so, what did you hear?
I did catch Wright saying something about a business or the business, whatever that was. It clearly wasn't sitting right with Henderson as it had a tone of threat.
Did you hear or see anything that caused concern about the plane's altitude that day?
I heard about weather issues in the area.
Sustained.
And what first drew your attention to the plane that day?
How low it was flying over the treetops.
In what emotional state would you say Tommy Wright was in after the crash?
It appeared he was in agony.
And would you say Tommy Wright was in a state where he felt he needed to protect his reputation and was scared about what could happen after?
Not leading is the objection. I'll ask you for another one. You can do the question then.
In what state would you say Tommy Wright was in after the crash? And would you say that that led Tommy Wright to feel he needed to protect his reputation?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Defense may cross-examine. You may.
You testified that you were camping at Esparza Shelf on July 11, 2023, correct?
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
You testified that you were camping at Esparza Shelf on July 11, 2023, correct?
Yes. Correct.
You witnessed the plane crash, right?
Yes.
You were outside in a campsite, not in a cockpit with instruments or altitude readings, right?
I can't hear you that well.
You were outside in a campsite, not in a cockpit with instruments or altitude readings, correct?
That's correct.
So you admit that you cannot give an exact altitude of where the plane was, right?
That's correct.
You never used any radar, GPS, or instruments to determine height or altitude. So your estimates could be wrong by hundreds of feet either way, correct?
Correct.
You were at a campsite not directly underneath the flight path at all times, right?
Can you repeat that?
You were at a campsite not directly underneath the flight path at all times, correct?
Correct.
And you did not physically measure the plane's distance from the ground at any point. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So when you say things like really close or too low, it could be subjective, correct?
Correct.
You described the pilot in very negative terms when you visited the campsite, correct?
I'm not sure.
In your testimony in page 21, line 71, you did say something like very, real bossy-like. Correct?
Correct.
And you would agree emotional reactions can affect how accurately someone remembers events, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion.
It was
Sustained. You can rephrase it if you like.
you would agree that emotional reactions can differ of people's remembrance of like things that happen, right?
I'm not sure.
A lot of your testimony depends on your friend Jerry Mock, right?
Correct.
And Jerry is not here today testifying, correct?
Correct.
So the jury cannot directly evaluate whether Jerry was correct or mistaken, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived on the crash 20 to 30 minutes later, that was also an estimate, correct?
Correct.
So none of your timeline testimony is exact to the minute, right?
That's right.
You never reviewed GPS or data or flight logs, right?
That's right.
So when you suggest things like unsafe flying or weather instability, that was just your opinion, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion.
That was in his testimony, Your Honor.
It is opinion, that's the point to get across there, so overruled.
You also mentioned unstable air currents in an incoming storm, correct?
Correct.
And you did not personally verify any weather reports from official aviation sources, right?
That's correct.
So to summarize, you did not measure altitude, you were not inside the aircraft, and you relied heavily on your friend's testimonies, correct?
Correct.
And despite all of that, you were asking the jury to accept your conclusion about how low the plane was at the day of the crash, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You'll be excused. Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, you may call your first witness.
May I call Tommy Wright to the stand? Can you please state your name to the jury?
Hey guys, I'm Tommy Wright.
Mr. Wright, can you briefly describe your flying experience and aviation background?
I aced flight school, read all there was, memorized all the handbooks.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Sustained.
How familiar are you with the Cook Pass and Mount Dominic route before your July 11th flight?
Of all my regular flights, that might be the one I know best. I can almost fly it in my sleep. I know the elevations well. Cook Pass climbs from 3,500 feet to 4,500 feet. Between the peaks, Mount Dominic and Harrington View.
Can you explain to the jury the kind of flights your business company conducts?
On my business, we mostly did 135 flights, which is the FAA's name for the tourist or commercial charter flights. These are super popular in Oregon, thanks to our state's great natural beauty.
On the day of the crash, what were the weather conditions as you approached the pass?
I would say it was pretty dusty at the hangar for about an hour, but it seemed to calm down after lunch. Well, it was the summer, there was lots of snow on the mountaintops, but when we got outside, I could see snow particles in the sun, moving with the wind. We took off around 3:45. We had no problem at takeoff or approaching the pass, despite encountering some light winds at 5,000 feet as we approached.
Can you describe what happened immediately before the crash and if you have ever experienced that before?
Immediately before the crash, my bird winged right and descended. It felt like an air pocket or a downdraft. I've experienced downdrafts before. Every pilot has. But this one felt different and much, much bigger than anything else I can remember. We dropped and banged so hard it made me a little bit dizzy.
Now, Mr. Wright, at the time the aircraft descended, did you intentionally believe you were violating FAA safety regulations?
No.
Objection, that was a leading question.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
Now, Mr. Wright, at the time the aircraft descended, did you believe you were descending below the FAA?
Objection, that's still leading.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
After the crash, what condition were you in when the investigators first started questioning you?
I was in the most excruciating agony I've ever felt. My head felt like it had
Objection, narrative.
It's going to the question of the rule.
I was screaming and in lots of pain. I don't remember much, but I know I was very upset in the ambulance. I think I said I had no idea what happened. It might have been a downdraft.
Mr. Wright, how clear is your memory of the crash while you're being treated in the hospital?
My memory of that entire period in the ambulance and hospital is a complete blur because of the severe trauma of the accident combined with the heavy, intense painkillers administered by the hospital staff. I have no clear recollection of any specific conversations or writing any notes.
While you're being investigated, did you ever try to intentionally lie or obstruct the NTSB investigation?
Objection, that's a leading question.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
Mr. Wright, while being investigated, did you ever lie about the crash?
I never intentionally lied or obstructed the investigation. I have no memory of what I told the investigator in the ambulance. And later in the hospital, I did tell him to leave my room because he was aggressively shoving charts and GPS trackers in my face while I had just been bedridden, but I never acted with intent to lie.
Mr. Wright, being here today, what do you think caused the crash?
cross-examine the witness.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
You may.
You say you graduated near the top of your class in flight school, correct?
That's correct.
You and Brandon also have a business flying planes together, correct?
That's correct.
Some of your clientele includes some other experienced pilots, correct?
Yes.
You've also stated you'd like to make sure your more sophisticated clientele enjoys your flight, saying there's nothing like impressing another pilot, correct?
Yeah.
After meeting those, you both agreed on doing business together as a win-win situation for both, didn't you?
Yeah.
When you fly, you mentioned you'd like to just eyeball your altitude, correct?
No comment.
You mentioned that you were trying to maintain a height of 500 to 600 feet to be closer to animals, right?
That's correct, but I never dropped below 500 feet.
You made a tight turn to attempt to get Mike Metcalf a better view of the bears, correct?
Yes. I like to impress my customers.
Before taking off, you noticed gusty weather and still chose to fly, correct?
As I said before, the gust had died down right after lunch.
You also mentioned that you weren't sure if it was the full truth if you said you were above 500 feet at the time of the crash when Mitchell first came to question you, correct?
I knew I was above 500 feet.
But you did mention that you were not sure if it was the truth. You said you were very foggy after the crash.
Yes, so
Cross-examination, leave is okay.
sure.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may excuse. Defense, may call your second witness.
Please call Dallas Lynn. Okay, proceed.
You may.
Lieutenant Lynn, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and explain your background and qualifications in aviation?
I am Dallas Lynn. I used to be a pilot for the Royal Canadian Air Force. I'm a reserve combat pilot and also a master pilot. Since I was 14, I got my license. I used to take flight classes, and I'm also very familiar with civilian aircraft. And also, I used to be an EMT and a flight medic for the military.
Based on your experience as a pilot and aviation investigator, how familiar are you with the type of aircraft Tommy Wright was flying on July 11th?
I'm very familiar.
Can you explain to the jury what a downdraft is and how dangerous it can be for a small aircraft flying in mountainous terrain?
So basically, when one side of the mountain has air or wind, it pushes off slope. And once it reaches the top, and it goes down slope, it becomes stronger. And it becomes stronger because of the mountains and the terrain itself.
Based on your review of the geography of the crash site, how likely is it that a powerful downdraft could have caused this?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Finish the question.
Based on your review of the geography of the crash site, how likely is it that a powerful downdraft could have caused this crash?
Very likely.
Expert testimony overruled.
You reviewed the GPS flight log shown in Exhibit 2. Can you walk the jury through what you noticed about the data, specifically regarding the gaps in the recordings?
So in Exhibit 2, I noticed that there's some gaps in the data. It's either that the data got corrupted or affected because the winds were too strong and the GPS data became affected, or that the windshield was too hot, or at any other section of the plane, it also became too overheated for the GPS to transmit properly.
In your professional opinion, what are some reasons why a GPS device like the Garmin 370 might have gaps in its data?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
In your professional opinion, what are some reasons why a GPS device like the Garmin 370 might have gaps in its data?
It's either because the GPS might have became inconsistent, or that it wasn't able to update or reboot itself, and it's supposed to be updated regularly in order for it to be useful. So that's probably why it happened.
Given those potential sources of error, can you say with certainty that the GPS data in Exhibit 2 accurately reflects the altitude of Tommy Wright's plane?
Objection, Your Honor, this question is leading.
Overruled again.
Given those potential sources of error, can you say with certainty that the GPS data in Exhibit 2 accurately reflects the altitude of Tommy Wright's plane in the minutes before the crash?
I don't think so.
You also reviewed the prescription label for organox shown in Exhibit 2. Based on your training as an EMT, what effect could this medication have had on Tommy Wright's ability to clearly answer questions?
So, this organox is a prescription. It's supposed to look like it's always in order to alleviate a person's pain, right? A patient. However, the side effects is that this can cause drowsiness, or it can make the person dizzy. But in this case, it made the person confused. That's what happened.
In your experience investigating aviation accidents, have you ever interviewed crash survivors who gave confused, inconsistent, or inaccurate accounts of what happened? In your experience investigating aviation accidents, have you ever interviewed crash survivors who gave confused, inconsistent, or inaccurate accounts?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That is leading, yes. Do you rephrase the question?
Have you ever interviewed crash survivors who gave confused accounts of what happened?
Yes, I have.
Based on everything you reviewed, what is your overall professional conclusion about what caused this crash and whether Tommy Wright was in a state of mind to deliberately mislead anyone?
I would say that the responsibility goes for the medication prescription, because the shock from the crash caused me to think not clearly and how to say what happened during that time. So he wasn't able to, he was acting unstable, so he was not able to be in the correct state of mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution and cross-examiner.
May I proceed?
You may.
Mr. Wynn, you weren't in the cockpit of that plane on July 11th, correct?
Yes.
The only surviving witness who was actually in the cockpit is Jamie Goose Henderson, right?
Yes.
Now, federal safety regulations strictly forbid this type of aircraft from flying below 500 feet, correct?
Correct.
But Tommy Wright deliberately flew below 500 feet, didn't he?
Cross-examination, they can leave. Overruled.
He chose to fly lower specifically to give his passenger a show. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You did admit you don't know why any pilot would be flying in that area anywhere close to 500 feet, correct?
Correct.
And right after he broke that safety regulation, the plane crashed?
Yes.
So you would agree that a pilot who causes a fatal crash by breaking federal rules faces severe criminal consequences, correct? No more questions about that.
Thank you, counsel. You be excused. Defense, declare your third witness.
Defense would like to call Taryn Merlin to the stand. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and give some backstory on you and Tommy Wright's relationship?
My name is Taryn Hawkins. I am one of the co-founders for the business for Job and Charting Flights with Tommy. He is one of my good friends, good buddies, alongside as one of my business partners.
And how long have you known Tommy, and how would you describe Tommy's character and professionalism while flying?
Tommy's a great buddy, businessman, and also just a great
you have been flying with Tommy, have you ever seen him deliberately put his passenger safety on the line and break FAA rules?
No, never. Tommy would even hurt a horse if he had to.
And when you visited Tommy in the hospital the day after the crash, what kind of condition was he in?
What I could say is Tommy was uncertainly not himself.
Objection, Your Honor, this is opinion.
He seemed like he was in pain.
She is Tommy's business partner. She haven't really developed what his normal state of mind would be. So
He was in pain. He could have barely made any sentences. Words were slurring all over the place, hard to communicate.
And during your hospital visits, when Tommy asked you to deliver a note to Goose Henderson, can you explain your side of the story?
I mean, there wasn't much to explain. He just asked for a piece of paper. I gave him a pen. Whatever he wrote, I just go ahead and took and delivered it.
And before you delivered the note, did you read it? And if so, what did it say?
I did not read the note. I did catch a glance, but that's about it. But from the glance of what I saw, it sounded apologetic.
And based on what you read, I know you just glanced at it, based on what you read, does the note seem to be a threat or a message of apology?
Objection, it's a leading question.
you can rephrase sustained.
And when you delivered the note, what was to Goose? What was his reaction to reading it?
Can you repeat that?
When you delivered the note to Goose, what was his reaction to reading it?
There wasn't much of a reaction. Once he got the note, they told me to leave.
And during one of your visits with Tommy in the hospital, did Tommy tell you to lie to any investigators to cover up what happened?
Objection, that's leading.
During one of your hospital visits to Tommy, did Tommy tell you to lie to any of the investigators to cover up what happened?
That's not leading.
Is it opinion?
I think as well.
No.
In your professional opinion as a pilot, is it possible a downdraft in a quick pass area could cause the crash, even if Tommy was flying above legal altitude?
Can you repeat that one more time?
In your professional opinion as a pilot, is it possible that a downdraft in the Cook Pass area could have caused the crash, even if Tommy was flying above legal altitude?
Objection, this is opinion. This is not an expert.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Prosecution may proceed on the witness.
May I proceed?
You may.
You've been involved in a trial in the past, correct?
One more time?
You've been involved in a trial in the past, correct?
Yes.
And in that trial, you were put on the stand as a witness to testify to your friends, correct?
Correct.
And you lied under oath to protect your friends, correct?
Incorrect.
May I be heard?
No, that would be sustained. That's the
You and Tommy are friends, correct?
Correct.
And you've stated Tommy knows all the rules and regulations from the FAA and the NTSB by heart, correct?
I cannot hear you.
And you've stated Tommy knows all the rules and regulations from the FAA and the NTSB by heart, correct?
Correct.
And you've also stated you've never met anybody as willing to push their limits as I am until I met Tommy, correct?
Correct.
And you've stated Tommy loves adrenaline just as much as you, correct?
No comment.
You and Tommy have a business flying together, correct?
Correct.
And some of your clients do not care about the rules and regulations, correct?
One more time?
And some of your clients do not care about the rules and regulations, correct?
That'd be sustained as well.
And you state that they want to get close and personal, and you're there to make it happen, correct?
One more time?
And you state that they want to get close and personal, and you're there to make it happen, correct?
Correct.
After the crash, you testified to Tommy having some spaciness to his answers when discussing the crash, correct?
One more time?
After the crash, you testified to Tommy having some spaciness to his answers when discussing the crash, correct?
Correct.
However, when discussing insurance policies, you said Tommy sounded clear, correct?
Correct.
You saw Tommy write a letter to Bruce, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you to deliver it, correct?
Correct.
And you can't say for certain you know what was in it, correct?
Correct.
When you delivered the letter to Bruce, you stated his smile faded, correct?
I did say that there was not much of a reaction from Bruce.
And then he asked you to leave, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you very much. You may be excused. Prosecution, would you like to present your closing argument?
May I proceed? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there you have it. Over the course of this trial, you have heard testimony from witnesses, examined evidence, and seen how every piece of this case points to one conclusion: the defendant is guilty of obstruction of justice. It started with recklessness while flying that led to a manipulation of the truth. I would like to begin by expressing the elements of the crime at hand so that you are able to fully understand all the explained details. The prosecution is tasked with proving the defendant corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, and impede the due proper administration of the law and acted upon these notions while a pending investigation was being performed by the NTSB. Your task is simple. Ask yourself whether the evidence proved the defendant tried to interfere with this investigation. To start, the defendant influenced the due proper administration of the law when he threatened Ms. Henderson into repeating his lie about the cause of the crash. From Ms. Henderson's very own testimony and first-hand experience, we can concur that these threats did in fact take place. Obstruction of the law goes hand in hand with the defendant's influential actions. The defendant aimed to obstruct and impede upon the NTSB investigation to prevent them from finding incriminating evidence that proves the defendant to be at fault for the crash. When Shriek Mitchell pulled out the flight log data that showed that the plane was in fact below the 500-foot regulation, the defendant continued to lie straight to the NTSB investigator. Both Shriek Mitchell and Ms. Henderson's testimony points to the defendant as the initiator of the lie and forced the lie upon the only other survivor in an attempt to keep him and his business out of trouble. Therefore, the defendant is guilty of obstruction of justice. Now, I will review this case I will review what happened the day of the crash. This case is not about whether the defendant caused the crash, it is about what he did afterward, when he tried to manipulate a federal investigation to protect himself. The defendant voluntarily performed a handful of risky maneuvers in an effort to impress a client. Then the defendant proceeded to lie about their own performance and coerced the only other surviving passenger into repeating that lie in an effort to cover up the defendant's wrongdoings. The defendant and the passenger had just experienced a traumatic event. However, there was only one thing on the defendant's mind: reputation. Manipulation of the truth was driven by a motive of greed and ego. The defendant knew that if the crash was presented as a pilot error, his business would be in shambles. There was only one other person who knew the truth, and the defendant knew exactly how to silence them, or so he thought. Let me reiterate myself. This case is about what happens when a person tries to manipulate the truth for their own benefit. On July 11, 2026, the defendant threatened to withhold business relations from the only other survivor of the plane crash unless they repeated a lie about the cause of the crash to the NTSB investigator. The defendant's actions were in alignment with obstruction of justice. The evidence has shown that the defendant attempted to influence a witness and mislead a federal investigation conducted by the NTSB. By the end of the investigation, however, it became clear that there was deception at hand and that the defendant was responsible for. Tripp Mitchell, the responding investigator, set the stage for this entire case. Mitchell identified the flight as a 135, which requires the pilot, by law, to maintain at least a 500-foot clearance from all terrain. Mitchell had pulled the defendant's own FFA permit, signed by him, confirming that he knew these regulations. Moreover, Mitchell also testified that the model of the aircraft, noting its high reliability and safety, making mechanical failure unlikely. When Mitchell arrived at the crash site, the defendant was injured but fully lucid and communicating. Almost immediately, the defendant began discussing his insurance, business, and recklessness as well as the downdrafts. Based on Mitchell's experience, downdrafts are typically manageable for experienced pilots, such as the defendant, at safe altitudes. Her testimony made one thing clear: a downdraft alone is unlikely to cause this crash. Mitchell also observed behavior from the survivors. Miss Henderson had appeared nervous and hesitant, and although her story matched the defendant's, Mitchell testified that it sounded rehearsed. Even more telling, Mike Metcalf stated the plane had been flying too low. Her suspicion was confirmed when Mitchell reviewed the plane's navigation system and flight log. The data showed that the plane had dropped dangerously close to and below the required 500-foot minimum, just seconds before the crash. When Mitchell later confronted Miss Henderson privately with that evidence, the truth finally came out. Miss Henderson revealed that the defendant had pressured her to repeat the downdraft by holding their business relationship over her head. After receiving this crucial information, Mitchell took the data and the story to the defendant as well to see if they too would come forward. When the defendant was confronted by the same evidence, he did not come forward with the truth. The defendant became evasive and combative because the flight log exposed his story for what it was, a lie. Overall, Tree Mitchell's testimony established not only that the defendant knew he violated flight regulations, but that he deliberately attempted to manipulate a federal investigation by coercing a witness into supporting his false narrative. That is obstruction of justice. Overall, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to move over to the key pieces of evidence that pointed towards the defendant's guilt. Most notably, Jamie Goose Henderson testified to the numerous efforts of coercion that the defendant made in an attempt to keep her silent. Ms. Henderson attested to the defendant's tendency to put her down when she came to him with concerns about his flying. The day of the crash was no different. When the plane went down and the defendant got his chance, he immediately began smothering Ms. Henderson with harsh, threatening statements regarding the cause of the crash. Ms. Henderson was frightened and pushed into a corner. At that moment, she elected to follow along with the defendant and lie to the investigator. Additionally, while the hospital was recovering, Ms. Henderson received a handwritten note from the defendant demanding she continue on with his little lie. However, when given the opportunity to speak privately with the investigator, she came forward with the truth and the position of the defendant, the position the defendant had put her in. Ms. Henderson never wanted to lie. It was the defendant's acts of coercion that led her down that path. Ms. Henderson's testimony provides you with the first-hand account of the manipulation done by the defendant in selfishness. The defense wants you to believe a downdraft was the sole, undeniable cause of this crash. But the facts tell a completely different story. The flight log data doesn't lie. They show this aircraft was flying at a dangerously low, unsafe elevation long before the crash. The defendant knew the data would expose his reckless piloting. That is why he pressured the only other survivor, Ms. Henderson, to repeat his downdraft excuse. The defense also wants to ignore what the defendant said in the hospital, claiming he was too traumatized to be held to his word. But look at Ms. Henderson. She survived the exact same horrific event, yet she found the strength to step forward and tell you the truth. The defense can challenge the logs all they want, but the data is clear. This wasn't an act of nature, it was a sequence of dangerous choices. Based on this evidence, I ask you to hold the defendant accountable. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this evidence is clear. The testimony is consistent, the facts all point in one direction. Tommy Wright threatened and coerced the only other survivor of his plane crash into repeating a non-incriminating statement about what caused the crash to the NTSB investigator. In doing so, the defendant obstructed and impeded upon the due process of the law to try and save himself from accountability. The law exists to protect people and hold individuals accountable for their actions. The defendant made a choice, and that choice led to the death of another man. He tried to cover up his mistakes, but the law ultimately prevails. Justice in this courtroom depends on evaluating the facts honestly and applying the law fairly. Because the prosecution has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt, we ask you to return the only verdict supported by the evidence, a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Defense, you present your closing statement.
May I proceed?
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, The prosecution has tried to make Tommy Wright look like a reckless pilot who had purposely broken FAA rules and intentionally lied about it after the fact. However, when the evidence is further looked at, this isn't the case. Tommy is an extremely experienced pilot who has spent numerous hours flying, and he even owns his own charter company with his friend and business partner, Attn. On July 11, 2023, Tommy was taking a new client, which he hoped to be a recurring client, named Mike Cobra Metcalf, with his other friend, Jamie Goose Henderson. Tommy was very experienced in this area and believed he was flying between 500 and 550 feet above the ground according to his GPS, which is in line with FAA regulations. During the flight, there was a family of bears parked on the ground, and Cobra hoped to get a closer look. Tommy felt experienced enough that the plane was reliable enough to handle the decrease that got them closer to the ground to see the bears, while still staying between 500 and 550 feet above them. As they took a sharp left and began to descend, the plane encountered a huge downdraft, which was one of the strongest and largest downdrafts that Tommy had ever seen in his whole flight career. Then he hit the ground instantly and felt terrible pain, which was the last thing that Tommy remembers. After the accident, Tommy was severely injured and on a very strong painkiller Organon, which is a medication known for making people extremely drowsy, confused, and disoriented. While being on this strong medication and not being in a clear state of mind, Tommy was still questioned by investigators. Tommy barely remembers anything about the crash and the conversation he had while being questioned. The prosecution has used these responses Tommy gave while being heavily medicated and impaired as evidence in the case that he was disregarding FAA regulations. This information is inaccurate because Tommy could barely remember what he was being asked and couldn't have given a clear and accurate information while he was on strong painkillers. The prosecution has also used the GPS system as evidence in this case. However, the GPS system in this plane is extremely unreliable and has been proven to have issues with accuracy. Some of these issues include blocked connection between satellites, overheated systems, and gaps in the GPS data. All of these issues with the GPS could lead to Tommy being unaware of how close he was flying to the ground. The prosecution has been unable to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tommy intentionally broke the law. As the defense, we hope the jury rules in a non-guilty verdict, which is the only verdict fit for this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant is guilty on a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. 3. The defendant intentionally corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement, or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, and whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, such as eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, such as flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it to the bailiff.
All right, can we give a big round of applause for them? That was a really great talk. We're going to let the jury deliberate right now, okay? As we're doing that, can we have the people from trial 2 come on up? Start to your right. get really close to the microphone.
There has been a verdict reached in the first trial. In the matter of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, the jury has found Tommy Wright guilty.
like this.
You see the difference between those two things?
Anybody want extra credit for being a bailiff? Sammy. Even this far away is far away. You really have to practice.
All right. The Court of General Session, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Attn.
Please be seated. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant, Tommy Wright, with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, I represent your opening statement.
May I proceed?
You may.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Annie McIntyre, and I, along with my counsel, am representing the state in the case United States v. Wright, in which the defendant, blinded by desperation, obstructed justice by misleading National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of his plane's crash. I'm sure we've all heard of the name Icarus. In Greek mythology, Icarus, who was the son of Daedalus, a talented craftsman, was trapped in a labyrinth on an island. Daedalus was able to craft wings of feathers held by a leather frame by beeswax, and before attempting to escape the island, he warned his son to follow his flight path and to not fly too close to the sun or the sea. However, overcome by giddiness while flying, Icarus disobeyed his father and soared higher into the sky. Without warning, the heat from the sun softened and melted the wax, causing his feathers to fall off one by one. Icarus but he fell into the sea and drowned. Today, you will hear the story of another Icarus, a pilot, who also flew too close and ended up losing it all. On July 13, 2023, the defendant Tommy Wright and his two passengers, Mike Metcalf and Jamie Goose Henderson, were involved in a deadly plane crash. The defendant and Henderson share a business where the defendant takes clients on nature tours around Oregon by flight, and Henderson captures these photos from the voyage for the clients to keep. On this flight, however, they were flying first-time customer Metcalf, who had the potential of being a long-time customer. Desperate for his business, the defendant decided he wanted to make sure Metcalf's flight was unforgettable. And while doing so, he broke Federal Aviation Administration regulations, flew below 500 feet in altitude, and crashed the plane. This crash resulted in the death of Mike Metcalf. The defendant saw this crash, and knowing his business would be on the line, he decided to lie. Lie about the crash, about their altitude, and blame it all on downdrafts. And to make sure that this mistake wouldn't get out, the defendant forced his passengers to lie with him. First, the state will bring forth Treat Mitchell, the investigator with the NTSB, who was in charge of this case. Mitchell will testify to questioning all three passengers on the plane directly after this crash. Both the defendant and Henderson stated that they were high enough, yet Mitchell will testify to Metcalf, telling them that they were flying too low. Mitchell will then testify to his further investigation, discovering that the defendant was indeed flying too low, and when confronting both him and Goose about this information, the defendant kept lying to cover for himself, while Goose admitted that the defendant threatened him with their business to lie about the crash. Secondly, the state will bring forth Goose Henderson, who will testify to not only the plane flying too low, but to the defendant's multiple threats and blackmail made against his business. Finally, the state will bring forth Sonny Marshall, who will also testify to the plane's low altitude, as well as personally hearing the defendant make comments about flying too low. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is among the prosecution's duty to meet the burden of proof and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Tommy Wright, did corruptly obstruct and impede and corruptly endeavored to obstruct or impede the due and proper administration of the law with the NTSB and its investigation into the cause of the crash. Tommy Wright knowingly engaged in a scheme to conceal the NTSB from the fact that he had descended the aircraft below 500 feet and then proceeded to lie at least twice to an NTSB investigator and further threatened to withhold business from a passenger in the aircraft unless that passenger repeated the same lie to the investigator. Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we ask that you hear this evidence in the case and rightfully render a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you pursuing the statement?
I hope this pleases the court and the people of the jury on this day. My name is Alwars and I represent Tommy Wright. Let me know that this case surges from a terrible event, a plane crash that took away a man's life and injured my client. Nobody's here to deny that something terrible took place. Yet this trial is not just about the crash. This trial is about whether Tommy Wright should be held fully accountable and blamed for the accusations which the prosecution claims. The prosecution is accusing Mr. Wright of two things. First, that he broke FAA regulations by apparently flying over 500 feet. And second of all, that he tried to mislead investigators after the crash. Now the prosecution will attempt to present this as a simple story, saying that Mr. Wright flew too low in order to impress a passenger. They may also attempt to state that the GPS data makes this clear. Then after the crash, he tried to cover certain things up. This may sound convincing at first, but I implore you that you listen carefully to the evidence and understand that his version of the story leaves out important details. I will now, over the course of the time that has been granted me, to prove that things are not as black and white as they may first seem. In order to find Mr. Wright guilty, the prosecution must prove that both of these claims are beyond a reasonable doubt. They must show that he knowingly flew below the legal altitude and that he intentionally attempted to cover it up. Not that it may have happened or that it might have seemed likely, but that it is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If there could be any other reasonable explanation, then the prosecution states, then you must find him not guilty. The facts of this case will show that the crash wasn't caused by reckless flying. It was caused by a surprise downdraft in a mountainous area, something that pilots know can happen and sometimes is unavoidable. The prosecution might argue that this was just a case of careless flying, yet the evidence shows that sudden downdrafts in mountainous terrain can cause rapid and uncontrollable losses of altitude, even for veteran pilots. After the terrible crash, Tommy Wright was not thinking clearly. The man was severely injured and shocked, and furthermore was under medication that affects judgment and memory. This brings the question of whether he was lying to the question of whether he was simply confused after going through a traumatic experience. You may have heard that on July 11, 2023, Mr. Wright was flying through an area known for unpredictable wind conditions in mountainous pass. Up until the crash, he was flying 500 to 600 feet, which is within the legal and expected range. This was until suddenly his plane dropped. Notice what I said? Let me make an emphasis on the fact that the plane did not drop slowly, yet suddenly. This is a key fact, which has been a great impact, as a gradual descent would suggest control, but a sudden drop suggests the opposite. Sudden drops like these are consistent with what is called a downdraft, where a sudden downward push of air can make a plane fall very quickly. GPS data shows numbers showing that the plane went below 500 feet. Dallas has been a pilot for years and is an investigator, will give testimony explaining that GPS data is not perfect, specifically in areas like mountainous valleys, where signals can be blocked or distorted. The data in this case indeed has gaps and inconsistencies. The data shows a sharp drop in altitude, not a gradual descent. The prosecution will point to these numbers as proof, yet numbers do not tell the full story, particularly when the data has gaps and inconsistencies. This supports the idea that this was something completely out of Mr. Wright's control and a surprise to him. As you may know, after the crash, Mr. Wright had suffered serious injuries, such as dizziness, confusion, and had trouble thinking clearly. Mr. Wright was not in a normal mental state, which is being questioned. Thus, when the prosecution may argue that he gave inconsistent answers, you must really ask yourself, was that intentional or the result of shock or injury from incident? Furthermore, you may also see the note the prosecution may bring up, which states, "I'm so sorry." This at first may lead you to believe that this may show guilt. Yet think about this for a second. After a crash where somebody's life was taken, it's really odd for someone to say that they are sorry. This shows remorse after a tragedy, not a sudden admission of guilt. The prosecution may rely on witness testimony. Yet, you're about to see that not all witnesses are consistent. Some were not in a position to clearly see what happened. Others gave statements that may have changed over time. This raises the question on how reliable these accounts really are. The witnesses will help fill in the picture on the conditions that day, the terrain, and also how hard flying the area can be. Testimony will prove that GPS data is not as clear as the government makes it sound, and also about Mr. Wright's terrible condition after the crash. The question is truly not whether or not something terrible took place. We already know that it did. Yet the real question is whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Tommy Wright intentionally broke the law and attempted to cover it up. After looking closely at the evidence, you will see there are real doubts about what caused the crash, the reliability of GPS data given, and Mr. Wright's state of mind after the incident. Now, the law is clear that wherever there is reasonable doubt, the only just verdict is not guilty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counselor. People, you may call your first witness.
The prosecution would like to call Treat Mitchell. May I proceed?
proceed.
Please state your name and your occupation.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Treat Mitchell. I am an investigator for the National Transportation Safety Board.
And how are you connected to the National Transportation Safety Board investigation involving the July 2023 crash on Tommy Wright's aircraft?
After an hour after the incident, I was assigned to investigate the crash.
Did you talk to anyone before making your statement?
No.
Did Tommy Wright say anything to you or anyone else after the crash?
Yes. Once I arrived on the scene, Tommy was in the stretcher. He was responsive, but in pain. I asked him to confirm the seating arrangement that the emergency responder gave me, and he did, and then I proceeded to ask him other questions.
After the crash investigation, did you have further communication with Tommy Wright?
He did not say anything to me after the crash.
When did you provide your statement following the crash?
2 days after the incident.
Were you present during any conversation between Tommy Wright and investigators?
I was not present during any.
Did Tommy Wright make statements that were inconsistent with what you personally saw?
Yes. Based on the flight log, you can see that moments before the crash, the defendant descended suddenly from 550 feet to 400 feet and stayed for 30 seconds. The data ended, and that's when the crash occurred. I was told by Tommy that he wasn't flying below deck, but based on the GPS, it says otherwise. It showed he was flying too low.
Did your investigation reveal any attempts by Tommy Wright to influence or discourage Jamie Goose Henderson from cooperating with the NTSB investigation?
Yes, when I visited Goose in the hospital, he informed me that Tommy told him to lie about altitude through it.
Based on your investigation as a whole, what findings did you ultimately report regarding the cause of the crash and the conduct of Tommy Wright afterward?
I found that Tommy lied to me about how high he was flying, and he told his friend Goose to lie as well. And for the crash, it was caused by high altitude and reckless behavior.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Defense, would you like to cross-examine? You may proceed.
You were not inside the aircraft during the crash, correct?
Correct.
So you never personally saw the plane's altitude during the flight?
I did not.
Like this? Okay. And you did not witness what happened inside the cockpit?
I did not.
Okay. Your conclusions are based on evidence gathered after the crash, correct?
Correct.
Including GPS data and witness statements?
Can you please repeat the question?
Including GPS data and witness statements?
Yes, that is what I used.
Okay. Not first-hand observation of the crash itself?
So sorry, can you please repeat the question again?
Not first-hand observation of the crash itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The GPS data on Exhibit 2 contains gaps in the reporting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those gaps mean portions of the flight are missing.
Can you please repeat?
Those gaps means Those gaps mean portions of the flight are missing.
Correct, yes.
So the aircraft's exact altitude cannot be known at every moment, correct?
Yes, based on the laws.
Several readings in Exhibit 2 show the aircraft above 500 feet, correct?
Yes.
Including readings around 550 feet?
Yes.
So the plane was not consistently below 500 feet during the flight, correct?
There's no way to tell that it was specifically at that altitude.
Mountain terrain can interfere with GPS signals, correct?
Yes, due to the area.
Especially in valleys and mountain passes.
Yes, signal tends to get lost.
And this crash occurred in the mountainous terrain near Esperanza, Shelf, and Cook Pass, correct?
Yes.
Downdrafts can occur in mountain regions, like the one showed in Exhibit 3, correct?
Yes.
And downdrafts can suddenly force an aircraft downward.
Yes, that can happen.
Even experienced pilots can struggle to recover from severe downdrafts, correct?
It is highly rare, but it is possible.
You testified that downdrafts were unlikely to have caused the crash, correct?
Yes.
But you cannot completely rule them out, can you?
No, we can never completely rule them out.
And you would agree they are possible mountainous terrain. They are possible mountainous terrain.
Yes.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Wright, he had just survived a serious plane crash, correct?
Yes, he was in pain.
He was lying injured in the back of an ambulance.
Objection, Your Honor, opinion?
That would be to where she found him, so overruled.
Okay. And you testified he was in a tremendous amount of pain?
Yes, that is what I observed.
Okay. You are not a doctor, psychologist, or psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
You are not medically qualified to diagnose shock.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant?
It would go towards her opinion as it is meant to say at the time, so overruled.
A person suffering severe trauma and shock may not think clearly, correct?
Can you please repeat the question?
A person suffering severe trauma and shock may not think clearly, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation?
That'll be sustained.
Mr. Wright never directly told you I intentionally flew below 500 feet, did he?
No, he didn't tell me.
Instead, he asked, did I come in too low, correct?
Yes.
And during that same statement, he mentioned dangerous downdrafts?
He did. He mentioned downdrafts could have caused.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may be excused. People would call you second witness.
The prosecution would like to call Jamie Goose. Proceed.
You may proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hello everyone, my name is Jamie Henderson. My alias name is Goose for a song section member. Hello everyone, my name is Jamie Henderson. My alias has been Goose for a song section member.
Can you tell us about your relationship with Tommy Wright?
Me and Tommy were close friends and business partners who worked together on oceanic wildlife flights. I trusted them both personally, professionally, because of all the years we had worked together.
How long have you known Tommy?
I met Tommy about 15 years ago through mutual friends, interested in nature and aviation. So over time, we became close friends and started working together on photography flights. We spent many years flying together before the incidents happened.
What was the reason for your business with Tommy?
Tommy operated oceanic flights while I worked as a wildlife photographer. Customers enjoyed seeing the scenery from the air while I photographed wildlife and landscapes during the trips. Working together helped both of our businesses become more successful.
Can you describe the flight on July 11, 2023?
The flight started out normal and the weather was clear and calm that morning. Mike McCaff joined us as a passenger for the oceanic over near Mount Dominic. About 30 minutes into the flight, Mike thought he saw a bear below us and asked Tommy to turn around for another look.
What did you observe during the flight?
I noticed that Tommy flew the plane lower while circling back toward the area Mike pointed out. The plane seemed closer to the ground and mountains than I was comfortable with. Everything happened quickly after that and the plane suddenly banked hard to the right.
What were your feelings during the flight?
I became nervous once the plane started flying lower near the terrain. I've flown with Tommy many times before the incidents, but this felt lower than usual. I remember feeling concerned right before the plane started to drop.
Can you explain your interaction with the passenger who saw the bear?
Mike McCaff became excited when he thought he saw the animals below us and asked Tommy if he would circle back. I I remember Mike coming out near the area while Tommy turned the plane around. The conversation was brief and everyone's attention was focused on spotting the animal.
And how did Tommy react after the plane banked off?
After the plane suddenly banked to the right, everything became chaotic very quickly. Tommy tried to regain control of the aircraft as the plane rapidly lost altitude. After the crash, he claimed a strong downdraft caused the accident.
Did you trust Tommy to handle the situation?
Before the crash, yes, I trusted Tommy as we had completed many safe flights together over the years. He was an experienced pilot and I believe he knew how to handle difficult situations. However, after the crash, I started questioning some of the decisions he made that day.
And how did you come to know Mike Metcalf?
I met Mike McCaff at a wildlife charity event several months before the crash. We bonded over our shared interest in nature and outdoor photography. Because of that friendship, I invited him to join us on the Seattle flights.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Defense would like to cross-examine.
May I proceed?
You may.
Mr. Henderson, you had known Tommy Wright for about 15 years before the crash, correct?
Correct.
During those years, you trusted Tommy Wright as a pilot, correct?
Correct.
In your statement, you stated you never really felt unsafe flying with Tommy, correct?
Correct.
You also stated that Tommy has successfully completed many previous flights without crashing, correct?
Correct.
Immediately after the crash, you told investigators the plane was flying high enough, didn't you?
Correct.
So your first statement to investigators is not completely truthful, correct?
Can you say that again?
So your first statement to investigators was not truly truthful, correct?
Correct.
You later changed your statement only after investigators told you flight data showed the plane was flying low, correct?
Correct.
In exchange for your testimony, the government agreed not to prosecute you for lying to investigators, correct?
Correct.
So you personally benefited from cooperating with the government?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
No, that would be clear to their so role.
So you personally benefited from cooperating with the government, correct?
Correct.
Even in your statement, you described the plane encountered a really big downdraft, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, opinion.
Repeat the question, please.
Even in your statement, you described the plane encountered a really big downdraft, correct?
Correct.
Sustained as a speculation.
And downdrafts are dangerous environmental conditions that can affect airplanes unexpectedly, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, opinion, please. This witness is expert enough to give it.
Sustained? Correct.
You're not an aviation engineer or aircraft mechanic, correct?
Correct.
So you cannot completely rule out environmental or mechanical causes for the crash, correct?
Correct.
Tommy Wright never directly told you that he intended to crash the airplane, did he?
Say the question again.
Tommy Wright never directly told you he intended to crash the airplane, did he?
No, he did not.
In fact, during the crash itself, Tommy appeared panicked and in pain, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. People, may you call your third witness?
The prosecution would like to call out Sonny Marshall. May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Will you please state your name?
Sonny Marshall.
How do you know the defendant?
escarpment shelf on Mount Dominic, so I'm usually over there.
When you saw the crash, what did you do?
I immediately ran to my radio and called for first responders. My buddy ran over to get some supplies, and then we ran over to where we saw the plane crash.
How did the defendant act when you approached the plane?
Well, when we got close to the plane, he was very bossy. He was wailing and yelling to get him out, and when we did, he continued to scream and cuss and talk about how it was a mistake to go low and there was bad weather.
Will you describe the weather that night?
Yeah, so on our radio, we were talking with other people, and they mentioned that it was unstable. The air currents were unstable. There was a coming storm, and
In any way, could the weather have affected the driving of the pilot?
Not leading out like another direction. Not opinion, it would be speculation. So overall, that's just like first, the same as speculation.
No further questions, thank you.
Defense may cross-examine.
Mr. Marshall, you were at the campsite during the time when the plane went down, correct?
correct.
You only observed the aircraft just moments before the crash, correct?
Correct.
And you're not trained in any aviation piloting or FAA flight regulations, correct?
That's true.
So you couldn't state with certainty whether the aircraft was actually violating aviation rules, can you?
That is true.
And you never spoke with the pilots before the crash, correct?
No.
When you arrived to the scene of the crash, there was already confusion and panic amongst the people?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
When you arrived, you did not witness Tommy Wright tamper with any evidence, did you?
No.
In fact, you never saw Tommy remove or destroy anything from the scene, correct?
No.
And you didn't have access to any tools or instruments to measure the plane's altitude, correct?
In my affidavit, I did state that the plane was skimming over the trees, so unless the trees were 400 feet tall, I can objectively assume that he was under 500 feet.
So you could only say that it was below the designated flight path by your own observation?
Yes.
And not by any official records?
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Your excuse. Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, are you ready to present? Your first witness.
I would like to call Dallas Lynn to stand, please.
May I proceed? You may.
Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Dallas Lynn. I'm a licensed pilot and reserve combat pilot. I'm also a retired investigator with the Transportation Safety Board of Canada. I now work as an aviation expert witness and investigator.
Can you state your relation to this case, please?
I'm an aviation expert witness and investigator, and I've reviewed the evidence of this case.
Can you explain what you personally observed that day?
Wait, sorry. Please say again.
Can
Can you explain what you personally observed that day?
I was not there at the site of the crash, so I can't say what I saw firsthand.
Can you describe exactly what you did after learning about the crash?
I reviewed all the affidavits from all the witnesses, and I reviewed the GPS and flight log data and its inconsistencies.
Do you know what a Garmin GPS is?
Yes.
May you please explain what it is to the court?
It's a GPS, it tracks the flight and the altitude of the aircraft.
Do you see anything in the GPS model?
Yeah, I saw the gaps and the inconsistencies in the GPS and the missing data below 500 feet.
Were your statements recorded immediately after the incident?
They were recorded after I gathered all the evidence from the flight log and the affidavits.
What evidence suggests the aircraft may have been struggling against natural forces?
Objection, Your Honor. This is a leading question.
State the question again, please.
What evidence suggests the aircraft may have been struggling against natural forces?
They laid foundation for its expert witness.
Well, it was a mountainous terrain, which there is danger of downdraft, so I'd say that there's an increased risk of crash due to the terrain.
So do you think the mountains could have caused the crash? And yes or no?
I do think that there was a high chance that downdrafts and strong winds caused the plane to crash.
Does the recraft mention that similar downcrafts have related incidents have happened to other aircrafts?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading question.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
Did you question Tony Wright at all?
No, I did not. Personally, did not question Tommy Wright.
Would you agree that human memory is not always perfectly accurate under trauma?
Yes, human memory is not accurate under trauma, and Tommy Wright was also under medication that,
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel has laid the proper foundation for this witness to be discussing medical records.
Sustained as to the medical records, overruled to the rest.
Do you know if there were any communication issues like noise, panic, or interruptions during the incident?
I do not.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. People, you may cross-examine.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Can you please state your name and what you do?
My name is Dallas Lynn, and I'm a licensed pilot and a reserve combat pilot. I am also a retired investigator with the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, and I now work as an aviation expert witness and investigator.
What kind of training do you have in investigating crashes?
I have years of aviation experience as a military and civilian pilot. I also worked for 10 years as an investigator with the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, where I investigated many aviation accidents and crashes.
What did the flight data show about the plane's altitude before the crash?
The flight data showed a lot of gaps and inconsistencies in the GPS's recording below 500 feet. So it makes it difficult to determine the aircraft's exact altitude during parts of the flight.
Is flying below 500 feet dangerous with areas that have mountains and terrains?
Yes, flying below 500 feet in mountainous terrain is extremely dangerous because of downdrafts in the rough terrain. Pilots have limited recovery time.
Based on the evidence, what do you think caused the crash?
Based on the evidence, I do believe strong downdrafts did cause the crash, just due to the winds.
So you weren't actually in the plane when it crashed, right?
No.
Objection. Speculation.
That'd be where he was personally at the time, so overruled.
So you weren't in the
No,
plane?
no, I was not in the plane.
So strong winds or downdrafts that can affect planes, right?
Objection. Opinion.
He's an expert, so opinion testimony is allowed in some sense. Overruled.
Correct, they can affect the plane.
And the GPS data isn't always 100% correct, right?
No, GPS data is not always 100% accurate.
So is it possible more than one factor contributed to the crash?
Yes, it is very possible.
So in your opinion, is based on interpretations, evidence, not seeing the crash actually happen yourself, correct?
No.
But you were at the crash?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Defense, you can call your second witness.
I'd like to call up Tommy Wright. I'd like to stand.
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Tommy Wright.
Do you have any flying experience? If so, for how long?
I started flying back in the 90s. I enrolled in flight school as soon as they let me. Right after getting my degree from Cascade State University in engineering, I aced flight school, read all there was, memorized all the handbooks front and back, and graduated near the top of my class. After school, I worked on and off as a flight instructor and did contract work for the government doing aerial mapping. I got at least 1,000 hours of aerial mapping in my first 5 years. I also worked as a contract pilot for some small companies. I did several 135s for tourists. Before my decades of doing 135s with Berlin and jockey flights.
Can you tell me about the 135 and your experience with that company?
Our business took off immediately. We did most of 135s, which is the FAA's name for a tourist or commercial charter flights. These are super popular in Oregon thanks to our state's great natural beauty. We got forest that
Objection, Your Honor, this witness has lapsed into a narrative.
Sustained.
Can you please tell me what happened on the day of the crash, and who you were working with?
Objection, Your Honor, this is a compound question.
Yes, he has one question at a time, please.
Can you please tell me who you were working with at the time?
with a customer named Mike Cobra Metcalf, as they call him in the forces, as some doctor or something. Michael's a nature lover.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled this guy.
Can you tell me what happened on the day of the crash on July 11, 2023?
The day of the crash, July 11th, was supposed to be just another one of those wind days. It was standard vent grease. a follow-up question as to the timing of the incident date.
Can you potentially tell me what happened on the day of the crash?
I recall we were flying between 800 and 900 feet above the ground when we approached the pass. We then started climbing so we could stay over the ground at roughly a constant altitude. As the ground inclined, I of course knew had to maintain at least my 500 feet, but I wanted to make sure I didn't ruin Mike's time. I was trying to tread the needle between about 500 and 600 feet above the ground.
Can you please explain what happened once you reached near 500 feet in the air?
At that moment, I was flying along and aiming for just between 500 and 550 feet. I knew this would require climbing steeper right after buzzing. That's flying directly overhead and minimum as we're headed back towards the pass. I knew the plane couldn't handle it. She's one of the most reliable flyers out there.
Can you tell me what happened once you started reaching and coming down from the ground?
All of a sudden, my bird banked right and descended. It felt like an air pocket or a downdraft. I've experienced downdrafts before, every pilot has, but this one felt different and much, much bigger than anything else I could remember. We dropped and banked so hard it made me a bit dizzy. I honestly don't remember much else, but next thing I knew, we were on the ground and my bird is banged all over the parts were missing, parts were dislodged, and I was in the most excruciating agony I've ever felt. My hip felt like it had been crushed.
Objection, Your Honor, this witness has lapsed into another narrative.
Sustained as to everything after the crash.
Can you remember who helped you after the crash happened?
I think some campers were the first to help us. But it was pretty groggy, and I don't remember much. I think one of them might have helped me get off the plane. I'm not really sure. I recall being leaned up on a rock or something when emergency responders started to arrive.
According to the day of, there was some ambulance approaching you. Do you know what happened once you got to the hospital from the ambulance?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is leading the witness.
Rephrase the question, sustained.
Do you know what happened once you got into the hospital?
I was laid out in the hospital. Again, the details are foggy, but I remember Mitchell coming in real hot, accusing me of all sorts of things. Mitchell was showing charts, graphs, maps, or pictures or some sort of such in my face like that's supposed to help me somehow. I didn't take too kindly to the hospital treatment and told Mitchell to scram in so many words. Clearly, this whole crash was a freak accident, and the John.
Objection, Your Honor, this witness has lapsed into a narrative.
Sustained as to up to that last sentence.
So basically, once you got to the hospital, there was nothing you can confirm after that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that is a leading question.
Sustained, rephrase.
you approached the hospital, is there any way you can confirm that you were healing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading?
I missed the end of that question. Can you repeat it for me, please?
Is there any way you can confirm that you were healing as in once you got there?
Are you saying healings?
Yeah.
I'm gonna overrule this time.
Can I object to opinion? They can't testify whether they knew they were healing or not.
I'm gonna overrule that as well.
Alright.
The details are foggy, I don't remember.
Okay, thank you. Prosecution, you can prosecute the witness.
May I proceed? You may proceed. So you mentioned you graduated near the top of your class in flight school, correct?
Correct.
You and Merlish have a business flying planes together, right?
Correct.
You also mentioned that some of your clientele includes other experienced pilots, correct?
Correct.
You also stated that you like to make sure your more sophisticated clientele enjoys their flight, saying there's nothing more like impressing another pilot, correct? That is the testimony.
Yeah, overruled.
Correct.
After meeting Goose, you both agreed on doing business together as a win-win for both, didn't you?
Yes.
When you fly, you mentioned that you like to just eyeball your altitude, correct?
Correct.
You also mentioned that you were trying to maintain a height of 500 to 600 feet to be more closer to the animals, correct?
Correct.
You also made a tight turn to attempt to get Mike Metcalf a better view of the bears, correct?
Objection, speculation.
That is also in the testimony. Before taking off, you noticed gusty weather and still chose to fly, correct?
Where's that at?
That is on page 25, lines 83 to 7 in your testimony.
Yeah, it was pretty gusty.
You also mentioned that you weren't sure if it was the truth if you said you were above 500 feet at the time of the crash when Mitchell first approached you.
I was like,
You also mentioned that you were attempting to aim to be very close to 500 and 550 feet by climbing steeper, correct?
correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. You're excused. Defense, you can call your third witness.
Terry, brother, can you come to the stand, please?
You may proceed.
Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Taryn Hawkins. Most people call me Merlin. I've been a career flying pilot for 20 years, flying a tourist charter aircraft.
Mr. Hawkins, please tell the jury what charter flights are and your role there.
Objection, Your Honor, that is a compound question.
Please break it into two questions.
Mr. Hawkins, please tell the jury what charter flights are.
Joby Charter Flights offers tourists and charter flights, giving clients a once-in-a-lifetime experience in the sky.
What was your role there?
I am a co-owner and lead pilot.
How did you first meet Tommy and how did you first meet Tommy?
I met Tommy in flight school. Tommy worked harder than anyone I've seen.
What made you want to work with him?
Tommy
Thomas's reputation before the crash happened?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
He had a,
She's already testified to knowing the reputation ahead of time. Overruled.
he had a very flawless reputation, and he was a very trustworthy and good pilot.
On the day, what do you think was going to happen when the plane took off?
I thought it was going to be a smooth and successful flight. We've done Cook Pass 100 times without any issue.
Why did you trust Tommy with the difficult flight through Cook Pass?
Tommy was the most knowledgeable pilot I knew. If anyone could handle Cook Pass, it was Tommy.
How did Tommy seem in the hospital, physically and mentally?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is asking the witness for their opinion. They are not qualified to give them.
Since she is Tommy's business partner, the physical, mental aspects of the normally see should be allowed. So overruled.
Physically, Tommy was banged up, but mentally, there was some spaciness. The nurses said that it was expected, his spaciness, given the medications that he was taking at the time.
What details did Tommy give you about the cause of the crash?
Tommy mentioned downdrafts, wind, maybe some air pockets. It was very vague, but Tommy was still recovering.
Can you explain the note Tommy asked you to deliver to Goose?
Tommy asked me to deliver a personal note to Goose. It was folded, so I couldn't really recall most of it, but it was just like, I'm so sorry. And it seemed like a kind gesture, just checking in on the passenger.
Objection, Your Honor, that's speculation.
It would be sustained as to her state of mind and the note itself is still admissible.
And what did you learn about the condition of the flight?
Talking to Goose, he mentioned air pockets and possible downdraft. Nothing that painted fault on Tommy's part.
Based on everything you know, do you believe Tommy intentionally caused the crash?
Objection, Your Honor, this question calls for an opinion.
Yeah, sustained. Based on everything you know, do you believe Tommy crashed?
Objection.
Sustained. Thank you. Thank you.
Prosecution, you can prosecute a witness.
You've been involved in a trial in the past, correct? Correct, as a young teenager. And in that trial, you were put on the stand as a witness to testify to your friends, correct? Correct. And you lied under oath to protect your friends, correct?
Objection.
It's in the affidavit.
Overruled.
As a young teenager, I was doing what I could to protect my friends. But you still lied, correct? Correct. You and Tommy are friends, correct? Correct. And you've stated Tommy knows all the rules and regulations from the FAA and the NTSB by heart, correct? Which he does, yes. And you've also stated you've never met anybody as willing to push those limits as I am until I met Tommy, correct? Correct. And you state Tommy loves adrenaline just as much as you, correct? We are very safe pilots, but he does love adrenaline as much as I do. You and Tommy have a business flying planes together, correct? Correct. And some of your clients do not care about the rules and regulations, correct?
Objection, irrelevant evidence.
It's in the affidavit.
How many sustained as to speculation of
I would say that, yes, that is true.
You don't have to answer that.
And you state that they want to get close and personal, and you're there to make it happen, correct? With safety precautions, correct. After the crash, you testified to Tommy having some spaciness to his answers when discussing the crash, correct? Due to what the nurses claimed as However, when discussing insurance policies, you said Tommy sounded clear, correct?
Correct.
You saw Tommy write a letter to Goose, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you to deliver it, correct?
Yes.
Check
You can't-
leading questions. She's allowed to lead across a rule.
And you can't say for certain you know what was in it, correct?
No, I can't say for certain.
When you delivered the letter to Goose, you stated his smile faded, correct?
Correct.
And then he asked you to leave.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. You're excused. Prosecution, are you prepared to present your closing argument?
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The evidence provided to you all today is a clear representation of how desperation and greed can lead people to commit acts just to save themselves. The defendant is a top-notch pilot. He graduated top of his class and is one of the most experienced pilots he knows. Merlin also testifies to there not being a single rule of the air that Tommy doesn't know by heart. With how experienced a pilot the defendant is, it leaves no excuse for reckless and negligent behavior displayed the day of the crash, and it by no means helps to justify the desperate acts of lying, misleading, and threatening used to cover up his mistakes. What happened July 13th is blatant. Wright got too cocky, too comfortable in his abilities to fly recklessly, but when he was met with his consequences of his reckless behavior, he cowered and was willing to do anything to weasel his way out of facing any judgment. We heard it from the defendant. When allowed to impress a fellow pilot, he is willing to break any FAA and NTSB regulations if needed. He eyeballs the altitude, gets close to the ground, all just to impress pilots with no need for their safety. Anything to keep his business thriving. Icarus, flying too close to the sun. And just like how Icarus tried desperately to flap his wings to stay afloat, Tommy Wright threatened and lied to others to keep his business alive. The defense brought forth the defendant's business partner, Merlin Hawkins, to testify to the defendant's good and righteous behavior, but the defense failed to mention the perjury charges of Merlin Hawkins. He has been on the stand and has lied under oath to protect his friends. A person with a history of lying to cover for his friend should not be used as a trustworthy witness, especially when his full testimony are his opinions on the defendant and how outrageous these accusations held against him are. Finally, the defense had Dallas Lynn, a witness providing statements based on data that was just given to him, not evidence that he's witnessed firsthand. He never saw the crash and has never even spoke to the defendant himself. The defense brings up the defendant's mental state, not being fully conscious, to claim he wasn't in the right mind to be making threats or lying to the investigator. It's hard to find this claim defendable when the only apparent times Tommy wasn't in his right mind were the times when he was questioned about the crash. Not only did the defense have no proper expert testimony to testify to his mental state, but Merlin testifies to his mental state not being like himself only when being asked about the crash. Because when you start talking to him about insurance policies and topics that are relevant to keeping his business together, he becomes clear. How could Tommy be fully out of it if he just so happens to regain his consciousness every time the questions weren't about the plane crash? The answer is, he was always fully conscious when being questioned. A reminder to the jury, Tommy Wright is not being charged with the murder of Mike Metcalf, nor is he being charged with breaking FAA regulations regarding the plane's altitude. He is being charged with interfering in NTSB's investigation into a crash, and the evidence in this case defeats any reasonable doubt. Treat Mitchell was lied to at the site of the crash. He then proves that the defendant was indeed flying below 500 feet, and he was then lied to again. Goose Henderson was threatened. He was told his successful business partnership would cease if he didn't lie, and fearing financial security, he too lied to an NTSB investigator. And Sonny Marshall, who sees the plane flying too low and hears the defendant's threats firsthand. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if the tale of Icarus has taught us one thing, it's that carelessness will lead to your downfall. So we urge you that you render a rightful verdict of finding the defendant guilty of obstruction of proceedings before the NTSB. Thank you.
Defense, are you ready to close your argument?
People of the jury, over the course of this trial, you have heard about a terrible tragedy where terrible things took place. Lives were changed on that fateful day on July 11, 2023. Nobody in this courtroom is attempting to pretend otherwise. Nevertheless, about whether the crash was tragic. Everybody here knows it was. This case is about if the prosecution was truly proven that Tommy Wright intentionally broke FFA regulations, intentionally lied to investigators afterward. And when you look closely at the evidence, the answer is clear indeed. They have not proved that this is beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution wants this case to feel simple. They want the GPS data alone in the discussion. But the reality, especially in aviation, especially in mountainous terrain, and especially after a terrible crash that left a man injured, is not that simple. Dallas Lynn, an individual with years of experience as both a pilot and investigator, has explained that the GPS data is indeed not perfect. Signals can be interrupted and data can have gaps. Readings can become inconsistent, and in this case, the GPS log itself showed missing information or sudden change, rather than a controlled descent. Everything, and I mean everything here matters, because the prosecution is asking you to convict a man based on evidence that experts have testified may not be fully reliable. The prosecution has pointed to statements Tommy Wright made while recovering or in critical condition. The same man who was in unbelievable pain. He was suffering from shock, confusion, trauma. He was taking medication known to cause dizziness and problems with thinking clearly. Now let me ask you, does this sound like someone planning a cover-up? Or does this sound like a traumatized man trying to make sense of what he's truly experienced? The prosecution was also brought up the note where Tommy Wright states, "I'm so sorry." Yet if you logically think about the situation, after being in a traumatizing crash where someone's life was taken, is it not human emotion to feel remorse? Is it truly evidence, or just proof that Tommy Wright is human just like you and me? The prosecution's case is based on pure certainty, yet this case is full of pure uncertainty. Uncertainty about the GPS data, about the weather, about the moments before the crash, and even uncertainty about whether Tommy Wright was intending to intentionally deceive people, or simply express the words of confused and injured man. The burden is not on Mr. Wright to prove he's innocent. The burden is on the prosecution to prove he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is another reasonable explanation for what happened here, which there clearly is, then the law requires you to return a verdict of not guilty. At the end of the day, this was a tragedy. Yet, I ask you to look carefully at evidence and use your common sense. Remember the law before taking away a man's future, which upon doing so, I believe, you will return the only fair verdict in this case, that being not guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the laws I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always in the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, such as eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, such as flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit to the bailiff.
All right, everybody. Can we give this group of attorneys a big round of applause, please? What we're going to do right now, we have an awkward amount of time. going to say that we can go ahead and go to lunch, but before you move, okay, everybody needs to be back in this room, ready to go, like in your seats. Trial 3 people up here in their seats by 12:15, okay? Any questions?
on the camera right here. Battery is at 3. So I'm going to push this button. Hopefully I can adjust the audio level right there from -18 to about -6. So I'm going to boost this like that to be louder. Hopefully that'll work. Yeah, see the audio is really loud right now. Yes, because right now this is the main audio that's sending out the sound. Yeah, so it should work better now. Like, well, they're gonna hear us like talking right now, but it doesn't matter. But you can see, like, let's see how this goes up. Yeah, it was too low earlier. You can either adjust it right here and blast it, or you can adjust it here. So I choose to adjust it on here instead of here, because I don't want to touch this.
That seems like more.
It's not as fine-tuned as this, that's why. Yeah. So we're good. Alright, let's go. Good job. We'll work for food. I got my sign up. We'll work for food. So the huddle there. Can you go stand? Hey, Arlen. Right there. And I want to move this out of the way. Yeah, stand over there.
You are going to be in the jury, so you decide.
Wait, this? So that would be able to.
I thought you already went.
That one on there.
Why did your man friend say you were going this morning? So he'll be here.
Okay, you want to focus? It's good. Yep. Good. Yeah, it's good. Because I was like,
Do you hate us? It's my birthday. I just introduce you here. Do you get it? Do you want me to speak? Take care of your house. No. Now, like, you want to make sure you're being like this. So, no, I'm just like, have a look. Okay, now you're going like this on top. So now cup, and you want a lot of space. But you want to make sure there's like no, so like air. But you know, yeah. And you want to no. Okay, now press it together. Like that. Wait, yeah, I'm see the whole here. Okay, there you go. Okay. Now you're gonna want to wait. You're on my nose. Pull your lips on your nose. No, your lips on your nose. On your thumb, right?
Do you want my here? Hold on, I have a paper. It's a good paper. All these circle ones and whatever one on the like.
Okay, wait, no, that's good. You find it. Okay, keep it.
What are you doing?
And try to, you want it, it's like daily. It's you know, you
Yes or no questions.
okay, that's good. I think it's good. Okay, try it.
How would you think? Yeah, I mean, you'll hear us. I don't think I would be up on
Cole Small, please come to the stage. Cole Small.
Wait, this is good. I really want to hear this. And like, also, like, it's an invitation, not really. No, you're so close.
Guys, trial 3. Trial 3 people, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Unless you want to be here longer. Richie. Is Richie here? Is Charlie here? What? Not you, Charlie, the other Charlie. Track star Charlie? Are you here? Barely kind of right? You have to like you really have to hold it into your face. Guys, is Richie here today? Where is he? Somebody call him. That's who we're waiting for. If you guys want to leave it all at a normal time. Talk into the mic. Yes, because even like this part of the scene, yeah, so you really have to like, okay, if you're nervous about it, it's got to be like right here. Right here. Anybody else want extra credit? Lower your hand if your grade is above a C. How about this? How about you come up to the front, be up here, and sit back there, and maybe I'll think of it. All right, guys. What? Okay. Guys, in the middle. Sitting in the middle. In the middle. In the middle. Thank you. Crud, if I hear you and your friends back there talking again, I'm gonna freak out this time. -50. Okay. You guys know the deal? We got 2 left. Okay. Your guys' expectation is still to be taking notes in the packet. You should have 1 or 2 left. Okay. You should have 1 or 2 left. All right. You guys good? You guys have any questions? All right, here we go.
All rise. The Court of General Session, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Hyman.
Will you be seated? The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant Tommy Wright with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Bruin.
Hello? Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Rowan Snell. I've come here today before you to represent the United States as a member of the prosecution against the defendant, Tommy Wright. You will soon be asked to complete a solemn duty of our democracy that every able citizen must accomplish. To come to the objectively correct conclusion that Tommy Wright is guilty of obstructing the proceedings of the National Transportation Safety Board, you will learn that the defendant unquestionably committed the crime by corruptly influencing and impeding the efforts of an official investigation conducted by an agency of the United States government. In order for you to come to the rightful conviction of guilty, you must understand the events that led up to the precise moment. Tommy Wright is the owner of his own private company named Joby Charter Flights, which he co-owned with his friend, Trey Merlin Hawkins, and later brought his friend, Jamie Goose Henderson. They would take clients out on tours of the Oregon wilderness, as was intended on the day of the tragedy. While Mr. Wright was flying, he had an accomplished U.S. Naval Aviator veteran named Mike Cobra Metcalf, who was a friend of Goose, on board. Tommy Wright descended recklessly beneath the minimum altitude for his Cessna aircraft to give Metcalf a better view of the animal which the trio had spotted. This was evidently an attempt to impress Mike, as Mr. Wright was known to do with other passengers. The three, Tommy Wright, Mike Metcalf, and Jamie Henderson, were aboard when it went down on the second pass over the animal's location. The crash resulted in the untimely death of Mike Metcalf. Furthermore, Tommy Wright sustained a severe injury, but remained active. Beyond just physical trauma, Jamie Goose Henderson witnessed a friend be killed, and at the hands of another friend he had once trusted. The tragic events that unfolded that day were inflamed by the defendant's following actions. We found that Tommy Wright impeded the proceedings of the National Transportation Safety Board in order to save himself from the repercussions of his very own reckless actions. We will discover that the defendant, Tommy Wright, willfully committed this illegal act to deny those stricken by the events that transpired on July 11, 2023. In doing so, Tommy Wright placated the victims and their families from finding true justice. In addition, Tommy Wright continued to cower behind his claimed victimhood, yet he has shown no accountability for what was undeniably his fault. The evidence that you, the jury, will soon be exposed to will prove that Tommy Wright himself undeniably understood the gravity of his actions and would, in fact, redouble his lies over fears that his actions would lead to the closure of his business. Now, one moment was spent reflecting on considering the tragic loss of life. Evidence will also prove that Tommy Wright willfully threatened a lifelong friend, Jamie Goose, exposing his ability to betray those closest in order to save himself. You will hear the defendant falsely claim that he was flying well above the legal minimum for the type of aircraft that he was flying to an NTSB investigator. The evidence will also reflect Tommy Wright's untrustworthy nature and that he recklessly operated machinery that was prohibited by his medication due to its side effects. To conclude, the evidence that will show the defendant thought of only personal financial gain, disregarding the cost to achieve this. This mentality of Tommy Wright is highlighted not only by his closest companions, but himself. Tommy Wright, as you see him today, may appear weary and docile, but in no way does this reflect his true nature. He lives by the idea of a wolf in sheep's clothing. He will prey upon even those closest to survive, like a rat on a sinking ship. Mr. Wright couldn't even show a slice of empathy for the wrongful death of Mike Metcalf. Has he once even expressed regret? As the sole pilot of the Cessna, he holds every bit of responsibility to return his passengers to the ground safely. Yet, he has hidden behind others and disregarded his responsibility because even he knows that he's guilty. He knows that he has continued to lie to investigators about the events that transpired on July 11th by his own admission from that very day. He was worried about what would happen to his moneymaker, his company. There was a time and place for everything, but when he himself suffered injuries and was doused in the liquid blood of his passenger, he chose to think about his job. Ladies and gentlemen, this callous behavior is not a sudden reaction to the crash. Tommy Wright is a danger to himself and others. It all begins with his lying. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will hear very shortly from the defense legal counsel who are fixed to protect Tommy Wright from being brought to justice in this honorable court. You, and only you, can do what is right this day. You have the honored position of upholding the integrity of our nation's judicial system
by coming to a true and honest decision. When you see Tommy right here in court, don't forget the actions that have landed him in that chair. Even now, the defendant has yet to show a shred of responsibility for the loss of one of his passengers. The same defendant who would not think twice before stepping on the hands of his brethren to accomplish his aims. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope for the safety of others and for the reputation of all private flyers, that upon hearing the evidence of this trial, you will come to a justified conclusion, not only a justified conclusion, but a vital conclusion that Tommy Wright is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, are you going to present your opening statement?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury. My name is Alexa Colmenares, and it is my pleasure to represent the defendant, Tommy Wright, in this tragic case. The defendant stands here wrongfully accused of violating FAA regulations by flying below 500 feet above the ground and obstructing justice within an investigation and threatening a witness. Members of the jury, this case has been brought upon the court today because of the tragic aircraft accident that took place on July 11th of 2023. As we know it, the crash involved the defendant Tommy Wright, partner Jamie Henderson, also known as Goose, and the now deceased Mike Metcalf, also known as Clover. Tommy Wright is an experienced pilot and a businessman who has owned Joby charter flights since the 90s with his partner Attn Hawkins, also known as Merlin. Joby Charter Flights is a business that focuses on leading sightseeing excursions via aircraft in Oregon. Goose, an educated photographer, began working alongside Tommy in 2008. Tommy led the aircraft and Goose captured the memories on his camera. They both reaped the benefits of working together as they brought each other more customers and built a friendship. On July 11th of 2023, Tommy and Goose had a routine workday ahead. They had an excursion planned for the nature-loving and potential long-standing customer, Mike Metcalf. The three of them flew through a well-known route through the Harrington Butte and Mount Dominic. This routine flight tragically ended when the aircraft crashed, presumably due to a downdraft. And for those of you who don't know, a downdraft is, by definition, a series of strong waves of airflow that can force a plane to lose altitude, and it's very common within mountains and buttes. This accident resulted in the death of Mike Metcalf, severe injuries to the defendant, and minor injuries to Jamie Henderson. After the accident, the National Transportation Security Board, also NTSB, began questioning the passengers while being in the process of heading to the hospital. The NTSB investigator, Treat Mitchell, was asking all three passengers at what altitude they were flying, to which Goose and Tommy affirmed a safe altitude, and Mike could only answer quietly due to his injuries. They were then questioned at the hospital, where Goose admitted to basically being threatened into lying about flying at a safe altitude. And when Tommy was questioned at the hospital, he was on medication for his severe injuries that he had faced, which was called Organox. And this medication caused drowsiness. So, therefore, this case is undeniably devastating. The prosecution is accusing the defendant of intentionally impeding on an investigation and violating FAA regulations. That accusation is misleading. The evidence will show that Tommy sustained severe injuries and was not in the right headspace after the crash to clearly and intentionally answer Investigator Mitchell's questions regarding the crash. The Garmin device data is also not 100% accurate and is missing data from the flight. The prosecution has heavily based their accusations on interpretations, assumptions, and suspicions. Tommy's injuries inflicted trauma and shock upon him, which do not allow for the deliberate effort to commit the acts that he's being accused of. Members of the jury, the defense will call 3 witnesses to the stand. First, Tommy Wright. Secondly, Taryn Hawkins. And lastly, Dallas Lynn. Tommy Wright will testify that he maintained a safe altitude for his aircraft between 500 and 550 feet above ground. And due to his injuries and medications, his memory of the investigation and post-crash was fuzzy. Taryn Merlin Hawkins will testify that Tommy is very well educated on aircraft regulations, and even a day after the crash, Tommy didn't seem like himself. He only answered questions vaguely. Dallas Lynn will testify that they have seen cases of downdraft with circumstances similar to Tommy's, and that Tommy experienced trauma that resulted in symptoms of shock. In conclusion, the prosecution will present to you a story because they want you to believe that the defendant is careless and willing to put others in danger for his own selfish gain. We, my team and I, will present to you the truth. The defendant was caught in a so-called impossible instance of downdraft. We ask you to find that the defendant, Tommy Wright, is innocent. The prosecution will not meet its burden of proof, and we would ask for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you for your
Thank you very much. Prosecution, are you ready for your first witness?
Yes.
May call.
We would like to call Treat Mitchell to the stand. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Treat Mitchell.
What is your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board, as known as NTSB. We're an independent federal agency that investigates every civil aviation incident in the United States.
Do you have any other background related to aircraft?
In the Navy, I was a fighter pilot and later on an instructor at the Naval Strike and Air Warfare Center. Though I no longer fly professionally, I still have my pilot's license and personally own a small single propeller hobby aircraft, very similar to the aircraft the defendant was flying during the crash.
What has been your history with conducting investigations for the NTSB?
I've been an investigator with the NTSB since 2007 and have investigated and cleared 41 civil aviation incidents. In each investigation, I have determined the cause or probable cause of the incident.
And when were you made aware of the plane crash?
I was notified and assigned to investigate the crash shortly after 5 p.m. on July 11, 2023.
On that day, when did you arrive at the scene of the crash?
After being notified, I arrived at the crash site about 10 minutes past 6 p.m.
What kind of aircraft was Tommy Wright flying?
Tommy Wright was flying a Cessna 172 Skyhawk. The Skyhawk was built in 1955 and is one of the most common types of aircrafts in existence.
Before arrival, what else took place in your investigation?
In my dispatch call, I was informed of the airport the aircraft flew out. The aircraft flew out before the crash. The plane left from a local airport in Silver Sky. I was also told the defendant was piloting a 135 aircraft.
Can you please explain what a 135 flight is?
A 135 flight is a flight that carries passengers in exchange for compensation. And that regulation comes from the Federal Aviation Administration, also referred to as the FAA. During the 135 flight, pilots are required by law to maintain a distance of at least 500 feet from all terrain, both in altitude and in horizontal range on each side of the plane.
When conducting the 135 flight, are pilots required required to have a certain certification?
Yes, to fly a 135 flight legally, a pilot should have an FFA license, which the defendants had, and I was able to pull his permit before leaving the airport.
Can you walk us through what you saw upon your arrival at the crash site?
At the crash, I viewed the plane and I saw that the front and right side landing gears were crushed, possibly which could have been caused by the landing impact. The right wing was broken in half and the plane was leaning on its right, with the pilot side door open on the left side up in the air. After viewing the crash, I planned to begin interviewing those who were already at the scene.
How did you carry out your interviews?
First announced to all those at the scene and who I was with and what I was there to do.
What was your experience speaking to the defendant at the scene of the crash?
When I approached the defendant, they were in the back of an ambulance on a stretcher, receiving medical attention. They seemed to be in tremendous amount of pain, but were conscious and coherent. As I attempted to reintroduce myself as I first did when upon walking at the scene, I connected with an emergency worker who wasn't actively working on any of the injured and asked them to identify the crash.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative?
Sustained.
At the scene of the crash, when you spoke to emergency workers, who did they identify for you?
They identified the defendant who was close by, Goose Henderson, and the passenger sitting next to the pilot. I was later learned on behalf was Mike Metcalf.
Objection, Your Honor. Was that lack of personal knowledge? That's not the witness job.
No, if he was told by the paramedic EMTs, that would be personal knowledge for him, so overruled.
During your investigation, what was spoken about in your conversation with the defendant?
We were speaking about Tommy Wright, stated during the interview, well, there goes all my insurance. In fact, there goes my entire business. How could I have been so stupid? Wright seemed pretty anxious, so I encouraged him to stay calm and continue interviewing them. I asked Wright about the seating and that the emergency responder provided.
Can you explain to the people of the court what a downward draft is?
A downward draft is an air mass that moves in the downward direction and causes a sudden but almost manageable drop in altitude. Pilots who are familiar with an aircraft's basic controls and are aware that flying at high enough altitude rarely causes accidents.
When you asked the defendant about what altitude he was flying at, what was his response?
Objection, hearsay. So it is hearsay, but it falls under a lawful exception, so I'm going to answer the question.
I found it strange that a pilot, Tommy Wright, who was flying with could not confirm what height he was flying at.
So Tommy Wright wasn't able to answer what height he was flying at.
Objection. Assumption?
Overruled. Could you repeat the question?
So Tommy Wright wasn't able to confirm what altitude he was flying at.
No.
Did you speak with any other people who were at the crash?
I spoke with Jamie Henderson.
When did you speak with Jamie Henderson?
I spoke with Jamie Henderson at the scene of the crime and in the hospital.
Did you speak with him before or after speaking to Tommy Wright?
I spoke with him after my interview with Tommy Wright.
What was your interaction with Jamie Henderson?
Jamie seemed unsure when I questioned about the height of the plane leading up to the crash. Henderson said, well, we were definitely high enough. We were definitely above deck. Yeah. Henderson's response seemed alarming as they seemed unsure of my question. I wanted to confirm Henderson's first-hand account of what altitude was right.
Is there any way Tommy Wright Wright would have been made aware of the altitude at which they were flying?
I had made my way over to the plane's cockpit and saw what I recognized as a Garmin 370 device on the dashboard. The Garmin is a navigation device that records ground speed, a plane's flight path, and the over-the-ground altitude every 10 seconds.
So you found this device in the plane that Tommy Wright flew?
Yes.
Was the Garmin...
Your Honor, meeting.
She established the foundation prior to that, and the question overruled.
Was the Garmin GPS capable of recording the plane's altitude before the crash occurred?
Yes, the Garmin's GPS reported the altitude specifically between the times 5:03 p.m. and 5:04 p.m. Tommy Wright flew the Skyhawk at an altitude of 551 feet and drastically dropped 74 feet within 10 seconds. It is presumed that when the plane's altitude was over 450 feet at the time of 5:04, it began descending into a crash as it fell 113 feet within another 10 seconds. By the time of 5:04, the plane's altitude could no longer be recorded.
Can you explain what the flight data signifies?
The defendant's lawyer voluntarily provided me login information to acquire data minutes before the crash. With that, I then printed out the flight log directly from the defendant's Garmin device. The log shows that minutes before the crash, the defendant descended suddenly from 550 feet to several heights drastically lower than regulation, ranging from 477 to 370 feet, flying under the minimum altitude regulation for about 40 seconds. It was the point at the data ended.
After gaining that data of the plane flight below altitude, how did you proceed in the investigation?
I confronted Jamie.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge. Indeed, how he proceeded to overrule.
I confronted Jamie Henderson with the GPS data, in response to which Henderson said that Jamie demanded he lied about the plane's altitude to anyone who might ask later on.
Per your investigation, what did you conclude?
I concluded that the defendant was flying below 500 feet, experienced a downward draft, and that's what caused the crash. If the defendant had been flying at a proper altitude, which is a minimum of 500 feet, there is no way that even unusually strong downdrafts would have caused a crash like this. The data Jamie's corroboration, among other details at the scene, lead me to believe such that I can confidently say Jamie crashed because of his recklessness and it delayed the investigation. And so, as a pilot, it is Jamie's duty to know their altitude.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Sustained. You can ask a follow-up question.
You said that you said that Tommy Wright had a pilot's license to be flying the plane that he was flying, correct?
Correct.
With that license, would you say that having that license signifies that you understand?
Objection, hearsay.
Not hearsay.
I'm sorry.
Also not that one overruled. You keep asking.
Would you say that having that license signifies that you understand the regulations in which you should be flying?
Objection, opinion?
Overruled to opinion as well.
You can answer that question. Would you say that having that license signifies you understand what regulations?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defendant. Well, the defense needs to cross-examine Mr. Mitchell.
scene, did you see Tommy unwell?
Can you repeat the question?
In the scene, did you see Tommy unwell?
Yes.
Did you see him distressed?
Yes.
And you didn't witness the crash in person, right?
No.
You didn't see the conditions that the pilot went through in that moment, correct?
Correct.
And then, and I will quote this from your statement, you agree that the accident reconstruction always involves some degree of uncertainty. Is that correct?
Repeat the question. Sorry.
You agree that the accident reconstruction always involves some degree of uncertainty. Do you agree?
Objection to meeting. Cross-examination, she's allowed to lead. Overruled.
I'll say it again. In your statement, you said that the accident reconstruction always involves some degree of uncertainty. Is that correct?
No comment.
In this case, you cannot with absolute certainty say what happened inside the cockpit, can you?
Yes.
So you cannot rule out the possibilities of certain mechanical issues, is that correct? Accurate. So, I want to go from the beginning, sorry.
Your Honor, speculation.
That would be speculation, yes, so sustain us to that.
You are an investigator after the crime scene happened, or not, after the flight, is that correct?
Correct.
You investigate after, correct?
Correct.
From your scenes, are you able to rule out the possibility of sudden mechanical issues?
Correct. After investigation of the aviation after the crash.
You were able to see that there's a possibility of that happening? Yes? No?
Of mechanical issues?
Yes.
Yes. Correct.
Do you know anything about how to read a altitude data?
Correct.
I would like to enter Exhibit 2.
You may.
From the data, are you able to rule out possibilities of the GPS malfunction?
Correct.
Do you see the data having missing information?
Lack of knowledge, Your Honor.
If he was able to see the document and refer to it for his report, he would have personal knowledge. Overruled.
Are you able to see the data missing information?
No.
Did you ever, throughout this case, saw the GPS flight log?
Correct.
So you saw that there was missing information, correct?
Objection to meeting. She's allowed to lead. Overruled.
But despite all possibilities, you still concluded to say that it's the pilot's error, even though you cannot eliminate other causes. Is that right?
No comment.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Prosecution, you may call your second witness.
We would like to call Bruce Henderson to the stand.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
Hello. I am Jamie Goose Henderson.
And how did you know Tommy Wright?
Tommy Wright and I have been friends for about 15 years, becoming friends. He had hired me to be a photographer for his flights, and then after that we just continued working together.
And how long had you worked with Tommy prior to July 11, 2023?
Prior of July 11, 2023, I've known him for 14 or 15 years. I frequently flew with him and, took pictures of his flights, the wildlife photos.
Can you describe Tommy as a pilot based on your past experiences flying together?
Tommy as a pilot was an experienced pilot, but also a very extreme pilot. Sometimes he would fly lower than expected, maybe around 100 to 200 feet lower.
And can you describe what happened on July 11th before the flight took off?
Yeah, July 11th, before the flight took off, someone by the name of Mike Metcalf had joined us that day. Tommy arranged the flight earlier than usual and seemed interested in impressing Mike, but just because he was a former Navy pilot and potential repeat customer.
Okay. And during the flight, did anything happen that changed the route?
Yeah, during the flight, Mr. Metcalf saw a bear and asked if we could circle back, but Tommy immediately turned the plane around and began descending.
What did you notice about the aircraft's altitude during that descent?
I noticed about the altitude.
Objection, opinion. Overruled.
I noticed about the altitude, it seemed very low, and I couldn't estimate exactly, but it was definitely only a few hundred feet off the ground. In my opinion, only under 500 feet.
And did you say anything to Tommy about the altitude?
Objection, assumption. Speculation, sorry.
Overruled if he says something or not, he said it.
I did say something to Tommy about the altitude. I told him that we seemed really close to the ground and it wasn't regulation altitude.
And what happened after the crash while you and Tommy were waiting for help?
Tommy turned to me and said we were high enough and that we were above deck and that the downdraft caused the crash.
Did Tommy say anything else to you at the time?
Tommy told me if I wanted a future business, referrals, and wanted my savings to keep growing, then I needed to say where we were flying high and that it was a downdraft.
When you first spoke to NTSB investigator, what did you say?
At first, when I spoke to the investigator, I repeated that we were high enough. I knew it wasn't true, but I was just afraid of losing my connections with Tommy.
And did you later change that statement? Objection, Your Honor, need.
Sustained, you can rephrase the question.
You later changed your statement. Why?
I did. After the investigator showed me flight data, I told the truth that we were less than 500 feet above the ground and that Tommy had pressured me to lie.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, you may cross-examine.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Mr. Henderson, in your affidavit, you admitted to lying to federal investigators, correct?
Yes.
You told investigators that the plane was high enough, correct?
Yes.
At the time you made that statement, you knew it was inaccurate, right?
Yeah.
So you intentionally withheld what you now claim is the truth?
Unfortunately.
You only changed your statement after considering the consequences that you could face for that, correct?
Speculation, Your Honor?
It would be to his own state of mind, so overruled. You can proceed, yes.
You only changed your statement after considering the consequences you could face for that, correct?
I changed my statement due to the fact the data was published to me when I saw the data officially.
This was also after you reached an agreement with the government to avoid prosecution.
Argumentative question, Your Honor?
It is not argumentative yet. Overruled.
After reaching an agreement with the government to avoid prosecution in exchange for your testimony today, correct?
Your Honor, relevance?
It would be relevance as the bias, so overruled. You can answer the question.
Would you like me to repeat?
Yeah.
You changed it after reaching an agreement with the government to avoid prosecution in exchange for your testimony today, correct?
Your Honor, argumentative?
The question hadn't been answered yet, so she's still allowed to answer it at this time.
One more time, sorry. You only changed your testimony after reaching an agreement with the government to avoid prosecution in exchange for your testimony today, correct?
No.
You also have no pilot's license or professional flight training, correct?
Irrelevant evidence, Your Honor.
What was the objection?
Irrelevant evidence.
It would be relevant as to knowing what flighting would be, so overruled.
I can continue?
You can continue, yes.
So you are not trained to estimate aircraft altitude, correct?
No.
Also, at one point, you stated that you were a couple hundred feet or so, correct?
Yes.
You stated in your affidavit as well that you can't really give an estimate in terms of feet, correct?
Yes.
You also stated that you sat directly behind Mr. Wright, not in the cockpit, correct?
Objection irrelevant. You would be able to see potential heights there. It is relevant. So overruled.
Would you like me to repeat? You also stated that you sat directly behind Mr. Wright, not in the cockpit, correct?
No.
That's in the affidavit that you originally submitted. To continue, you later said that it was definitely less than 500 feet, so you never checked an altitude instrument or were able to see a reading during the flight, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So when you later claimed that the plane was under 500 feet, that was simply a personal estimate, correct?
Yeah.
Also one with obstructive vision, not one based on professional expertise, correct?
Correct.
During the flight, were you frightened?
Personally, me, no.
It's in the affidavit, but that's okay. Do you acknowledge that potential fear, even if you say that you weren't, could affect your perception?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused. People, you may call your third witness.
Prosecution would like to call Sonny Marshall to the stand.
proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for record?
My name is Sunny Marshall.
What were you doing July 11th, 2023?
I was camping at Mount Dominic.
Who were you with?
I was with my friend Jerry Mock.
Can you give me more detail about who Jerry is or what they're interested in?
Jerry is my friend. Her favorite thing is amateur radio and also has a pilot's license.
So you saw the crash on a first-hand account, correct?
Yes.
Did you or Jerry say anything after seeing the plane go down?
Jerry had said, shoot, that plane is flying way too low.
Where would you say the height of the location was?
I wouldn't say it was definitely way too low. Jerry agreed as well. We thought it was going to crash and it did.
What did you do after you saw the plane go down?
I jumped into action, ran for my radio, and called them the crash. And we ran to the site to see if we could help.
Did the plane have any changes in directions or anything?
It seemed to have done a complete 180 and a change in direction and started flying even lower than before.
How many people were at the crash when you went there?
3 people, Tommy Wright, Bruce Henderson, and another gentleman named Mike.
Did anything stick out to you or anyone stick out to you at the crash?
Tommy Wright. He was yelling and demanding that we get off, but there was also a gentleman in the passenger seat, Mike, who was not responding and seemed to have a really bad head injury.
Did you hear anyone talking or saying anything at the crash?
I heard some bits of Henderson's and Wright's
Objection,
combo.
Honor. The question was speculation.
Repeat the question, please.
Did you hear anyone talking or saying anything at the crash?
It'd be the personal knowledge, so overruled. You can answer the question.
I heard some bits and pieces of Henderson's and Wright's combo. Wright said something about business, but something was definitely not sitting right with Henderson. There was definitely a tone of threat.
So you heard Tommy Wright threaten Goose?
Yes.
Do you have any theories about what caused the crash?
I don't know much about flying, but in unpredictable weather, I believe pilots should stay nice and high to make sure they have time for the unexpected. Jerry said the plane went into stall because of the climate.
Your Honor. Narrative.
Sustained. You can ask a follow-up question.
Do you have any idea of how the crash could have happened?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When did you leave the crash?
We headed back to the campsite before the emergency workers got off since it was getting late.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, you can cross-examine.
You would consider yourself a reliable witness to the crash, correct? Yes. So, are you suggesting that your version of the crash is reliable? Yes. You claim to be a reliable witness, so you didn't actually see the initial impact, correct? I saw the plane go down. So, you expect the jury to believe the idea of you being a reliable witness of the crash, despite your obstructed view below the plane?
Objection, argumentative.
That would be argumentative. You can rephrase it, though.
So you're saying that you saw the initial impact below the plane? Yes. You have testified that the defendant was reckless, correct? Correct. You have never gone to flight school, correct? Correct. Yet you're asking the jury to accept your legal conclusion that the pilot was reckless, correct? Can you repeat the question? Yet you're asking the jury to accept your legal conclusion that the pilot was reckless, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
No, they'll be going to credibility overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm not sure. So, when you say they were reckless, that is just your guess, right? Yes. You testified that the pilot was flying too low, correct? Yes. You didn't have a radar gun or GPS in your hand to tell, right?
No, I didn't, but I did need measurements to see that the plane was flying too low.
So you cannot tell the jury the exact altitude of the plane, can you?
No.
So you're not sure if the controls have also failed, correct?
Correct.
If a plane experiences complications, do you believe that it has no choice but to go down?
No comment.
So you don't actually know if the pilot was flying low on purpose?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. You're excused. Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses? Defense, you may present your first witness.
I'd like to call up Tommy Wright.
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
I'm Tommy Wright. I'm 53 years old.
To start off, do you have any flying experience?
Yes, I do. I have thousands of hours.
How long have you been flying?
Since the 90s. I started flying back in the 90s, and I enrolled in a flight school.
Were there any companies that you worked for as a pilot?
Well, I got my Cascade State University engineering degree, and I aced my flight school. I did Merlin and Jobby flights, and I did some contract work for small companies.
Can you tell me about your experience with 135s?
I got at least 1,000 hours on several 135 Victorias before my decades doing 135 with Merlin and Jobby flights. A flight, 135 flight is where the pilot carries passengers for money.
On the day of the crash, can you tell me who you were working with?
I was working with Goose, and he met a nature hugger who wanted to go on customer, and he wanted to take pictures of nature and just the views of the flights and stuff.
Do you think because of that, it reflects the way you work?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think because of how he is, it reflects the way you work?
I'd say it did, because if he asked me to turn around for certain pictures, then it could be a problem because of just the weather certain days.
Can you tell me how high you were flying when approaching the pass?
Can you repeat that?
Can you tell me how high you were flying when approaching the pass?
We needed to require a maintained altitude of 500 feet above the ground. Goose usually squawks whenever we go 800.
So during the incident, do you remember anything?
I mean, I recall the flight, we were flying between 800, 900 feet, when we approached the paths, and then we started climbing so we could stay over the ground at roughly a constant altitude as the ground inclined.
Okay, after that, that's when the crash happened, correct?
Correct.
So with that being said, do you remember getting any help?
I think there were some campers who came to help us, but I was pretty groggy, and I don't remember much.
Do you recall getting picked up by any ambulance?
I think one of them might have helped me get out of the plane.
But you do remember being in the hospital, right?
Yes.
Do you remember anything after that?
The only thing I can recall is that I know Mitchell came to see me again while I was laid out in the hospital. Again, the details are foggy, but I remember Mitchell coming in real hot, accusing me of all sorts of things. Mitchell was shoving charts and graphs and pictures even in my face, such as like if that was going to help me somehow.
Anything else, Your Honor? Thank you very much. People, you may cross-examine the witness.
I would like to start by saying that you have said in your affidavit multiple times that you like to impress more experienced flyers. Is this true?
Correct.
It seems that you may be implying that you would fly risky.
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion?
It would be his own opinion to overrule.
It seems that you may be implying that you would possibly fly riskier than usual with a client such as Mike Metcalf, who is a major flyer. Is this the case?
I'd say it just depends on who I'm flying with and if I feel comfortable with that person.
And you said you can remember vividly the downdrafts that you say caused the crash.
Correct.
But you cannot remember what happened after that.
Right.
I would like to enter Exhibit 2.
Okay.
The GPS has you recorded as dropping below 500 feet a few seconds before the clock hit 17:03 and 50 seconds. By 17:04, which was 10 seconds later, you were at 450 feet. Where your
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation?
Allow him to finish the question first, see where he's going. At this time, he's just reading the graph. Finish your question, please.
Okay. By 17:04, the GPS reads that you were at around 450 feet, where your elevation, each 10-second increment after that for the next 20 to 30 seconds, stayed the same. Are you suggesting that the GPS is incorrect when saying this?
Well, I mean, the mountains and stuff have to do with altitude and having to go around and everything, so I'd say it's not really what I can say. It's just, I mean, the data shows what it shows, but I can't.
So do you believe that the GPS is reliable, or do you not?
Well, I know that the GPS is faulty at times, so I'd say the GPS is faulty.
Okay, so you are saying that you're flying in a plane with faulty safety measures?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation?
Sustained.
No, but it has to do with also like wind measures and stuff, so it has to it messes up my plane and stuff, you know what I mean?
In Jamie Goose Henderson's affidavit, they claim that they had an interaction after the campers came to your plane, where he claims that you may have possibly coerced him into giving answers to the investigators to prevent him from giving his own unique perspective. Why might you have done this?
Well, first of
Your
all,
Honor.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. This is more of you testifying than asking a question.
Were you aware that there were investigators assigned to your case?
Not right away, no.
Were you ever told that there was somebody investigating your case and you were talking to an investigator?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
It'd be him personally talking about it if he remembers it overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Were you ever notified by an investigator that you were speaking to an investigator about the situation?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Were you ever notified that an investigator was speaking to you about the situation that happened?
Not at the time.
Were you notified later on?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, defense, you can call your second witness.
Mr. Hawkins, can you step to the stage?
Right. What is your name and occupation?
My name is Taryn Hawkins, also known as Merlin, and I am a pilot and business partner at Joby Charter Flights.
How long have you worked for Joby Charter Flights?
I worked at Joby Charter Flights for several years. Along my side was Tommy Wright.
Why choose to work there?
We worked together as pilots and business partners for several years because Tommy has been an experienced and skilled and safety conscious pilot, and he takes his responsibilities very seriously.
How would you describe Tommy Wright's skills as a pilot?
He is very responsible and always prepared, knowing all regulation and rules.
How important is aircraft maintenance in your business?
Aircraft maintenance is extremely important in our business because passengers' lives depend on it.
Has there ever been any major problems before?
No major problems, only maintenance issues, but nothing unusual or unsafe.
So there's never been anything out of ordinary, right?
Correct.
When it comes to his reputation, has there been any problems with safety?
Tommy consistently followed FAA regulations and company safety procedures. He can even recite it from his memory.
So he's never been reckless before?
Correct. Objection, opinion, testimony?
It would be as to her opinion of her partner, so it's gonna be okay.
Do you believe Tommy Wright would ever knowingly put his passengers in danger?
No, I never had concerns about Tommy's flying.
Thank you. Thank you. People, you may cross-examine. You and Tommy Wright are longtime friends and business partners, correct?
Correct.
Together you ran a charter flight business that depended on customers trusting you and recommending you to others, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, opinion.
Yes, and that would be allowed to start their own business.
Can you say that one more time?
Together, you ran a charter flight business that depended on customers trusting you and recommending you to others, correct?
Correct.
Tommy took pride in giving passengers an exciting flight experience, especially when you wanted to impress them, correct?
Objection, opinion.
Repeat the question. Being
longtime friend of Tommy Wright, would you say that he took pride in giving passengers an exciting flight experience, especially when he wanted to impress them?
Can you repeat it?
There would be overruled at that time.
Tommy took pride in giving passengers an exciting flight experience, especially when he wanted to impress them, correct?
Correct.
During the flight on July 11th, 2023, Mike Metcalf asked for another pass to get a better look at an animal, and Tommy turned the plane around, right?
Can you repeat the question?
On the flight on July 11th, 2023, Mike Metcalf asked for another pass to get a better look at an animal.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your question is asking if they turned around for Mike to go and take a look, correct?
I'm asking if they turned around to look at an animal because Mike Metcalf asked to look at the animal.
Taryn is not on the plane, so sustained.
In the area Tommy was flying, the aircraft was supposed to remain at least 500 feet above the ground, correct?
Correct.
Shortly after the turn, as far as you're aware, the plane banked hard right and crashed, correct?
Can you say that one more time?
Shortly after the turn, the plane banked hard right and crashed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'm going to sustain again due to lack of personal knowledge on the crash.
After the crash, did you know the investigation would focus on how high the plane had been flying?
I do not.
If the truth came out about them flying at a low altitude, would it prevent Tommy from flying in the business again?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm admitted.
This is a proper line of questioning overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
If the truth came out about Tommy flying at a low altitude, would it prevent Tommy from flying in the business again?
Correct.
That being said, Tommy cared about protecting his reputation and business with you, didn't he?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
That would be sustained and be as to his state of mind, Tommy's.
Being a longtime friend of Tommy, would you say that he cared about protecting his reputation and business?
He does.
That being said, did Tommy have a reason to want the story to sound different from what really occurred to protect his
Objection, Your
business
Honor,
reputation?
opinion.
What was the objection?
Opinion.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Keeping in mind how much he cared about protecting his reputation and business he built with you, did he have a reason to want the story to sound different from what really occurred?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Your excuse. Defense, you may call your third witness.
Defense would like to call Dallas Lane up to the stage.
You may proceed.
Could you say your name?
My name is Dallas Lynn.
Why did you choose to leave the Transportation Safety Board?
I chose to leave because I was ready to retire.
When you saw the GPS data, what did you see?
I noticed that the GPS data was very inconsistent and a lot of it was missing in the data.
How does valley terrain impact GPS?
The valley acts as a sort of muffler for the GPS data, so it makes it very difficult for accurate data to be transmitted in and out through the GPS.
What dangers do mountain downdrafts pose to aircraft?
Can you repeat the question?
What dangers do mountain downdrafts pose to aircraft?
Downdrafts can very quickly and harshly force a plane down, and if you're flying really close to the ground, an accident will occur.
Is it possible for a microburst to occur with no rain?
Yeah, they can appear in many different forms, in many different states of like nature and stuff.
How many times did Mr. Wright navigate this path successfully?
He stated he'd done it hundreds of times before.
Objection. What's your objection? Sorry. Lack of knowledge. That would be sustained. Yes.
What role did the weather play in this accident?
The initial weather report stated that the skies were clear, so it would have been initially deceptive, but any knowledgeable pilot would know that downdrafts are still going to be very, I think they're going to be very prevalent, especially flying in valleys in mountainous areas.
What was Mr. Wright's mental state during his interview with the NTSB investigator?
It is very possible that for at least 48 hours after the crash, that Mr. Wright would have been not in his right mind and not fully conscious of the things he was telling people.
Objection. Opinion. Extra opinion, so it's allowed. Overruled.
Last question. What is your background regarding how shock and medication impact trauma victims?
I've interviewed many people after crashes, and they are always affected physically and always affected psychologically by crashes and plane crashes.
Thank you. More questions?
Thank you. Prosecution, you can cross-examine the witness.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Mr. Lin, you were in the cockpit of that plane on July 11th, correct?
Objection. Speculation. Overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
You were in the cockpit of that plane on July 11th, correct?
Correct.
The only surviving eyewitness who was actually in the cockpit is Jamie Goose Henderson, right?
Correct.
Now, federal safety regulations strictly forbid this type of aircraft from flying below 500 feet, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
No, that would be the actual regulation, so overruled.
That is correct, yes.
But Tommy Wright deliberately flew below 500 feet, correct?
He did.
He chose to fly lower specifically to give his passenger
Objection.
a show.
Argumentative. Not argumentative yet, but overruled.
Correct.
You did admit that you do not know why any pilot would be flying in that area anywhere close to 500 feet, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that a pilot who causes a fatal crash by breaking federal rules faces severe criminal consequences, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. His speculation.
Repeat the question, please.
You would agree that a pilot who causes a fatal crash by breaking federal rules.
I'm going to sustain the objection, yeah, to that question.
So no matter what, the flight data says you cannot tell this jury that Tommy Wright didn't threaten a witness to protect himself.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection as well.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Defense, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Prosecution, are you ready to deliver your closing argument?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, over the proceedings of this trial, you have by now come near to your eventual decision. You have heard much said about the defendant, Tommy Wright. Soon you will need to decide his fate. This eventuality is a reflection of our legal system. As much as your positions may appear to be an enclave from it, this is the truth. Such a decision must be unanimous and correct, especially in cases such as this one. In consideration of the undeniable evidence outlined and further explained in this case, you would logically conclude that Tommy Wright is guilty of obstructing the proceedings carried out by NTSB. To reiterate the facts of this case, Tommy Wright willfully impeded a neutral investigation from being conducted on July 11, 2023. He plotted and acted in this manner by threatening Jamie Goose Henderson, his own friend, into providing false testimony to a government agent. Then Mr. Wright proceeded to directly lie to an investigator as to the cause of the accident. It is ultimately a shameful yet repeated yet type of behavior made by the defendant. This defendant is known for his callous disregard for life when it poses an obstacle to his ability to make capital. His priorities were never about running an honest business. If he had, then why is Mr. Wright here on this day? Why is he defending in a case regarding his integrity as a law-abiding citizen? It's because Mr. Wright has shown neither sympathy nor willingness to cooperate with authorities regarding the traumatic events of July 11, 2023. Immediately after the crash, he even abandoned his sole responsibility as a pilot of a passenger aircraft. What responsibility did he break, you may ask? Mr. Wright disregarded the well-being of his passengers who had trusted him and boldly asked what could happen to his job. Not only did Tommy Wright fail to show an inch of good conduct as a pilot following the crash, but as evidence showed, he had flown under the influence of a medication that strictly prohibits the operation of heavy machinery like his Cessna aircraft. Would anyone here trust a pilot who knowingly took medication that impaired his ability to fly? No verbal answer is required to know the resounding answer. So, if he cannot be trusted to responsibly operate an aircraft and to do all in his power to safeguard the lives of those who trust him to be in his aircraft, then how could you trust him in a court of law? Despite these undeniable facts, the defense would have you believe that Tommy Wright could not have possibly acted so maliciously as to impede an investigation. You have heard that the ill-made attempts by the defense to dismantle the truth into a paste on the floor. Well, what do they have to say? A number of their own witnesses are individuals with little pre-existing contact with Mr. Wright before the crash. They know not of his character, and if they did, I doubt they would continue to sully their names by speaking as defense. Dallas Lynn, while a respected Royal Canadian Air Force veteran, is an unreliable witness, for he has been unable to financially support himself in retirement, which, as he states in his affidavit, is why he is now paid to speak in defense of those charged in cases pertaining to aircraft. Furthermore, they had to bring their own client to the stand, who had no intention to deceive you, as he had deceived the now deceased Mike Metcalf. In Mr. Wright's own affidavit, he states that he implied to Goose that there had been a downdraft. Furthermore, they are unreliable, as a majority of their affidavit is a result of his own speculations, as evidenced by his repeated use of phrases like, "but I don't recall," and "I'm pretty sure." In contrast, our witnesses are not only those immensely aware of Mr. Wright's comfort in lying and the callous nature, but also the affidavit of the sole neutral witness to the incident in question today. As for the defense witness who did know Tommy Wright before, such as Karen Hawkins, whose affidavit evidently states that Tommy Wright was likely under the influence of his medication and that he was sending a note to Jamie Goose, which implicates Tommy in attempting to contact a vital eyewitness. Furthermore, Taryn Hawkins is an unreliable witness concerning his prior history of lying under oath in order to defend his friends. In fact, it's what he expects any friend to do when they're in trouble, as indicated by his affidavit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we ask you not to show mercy to Mr. Wright. He had already been given enough warnings, whether it be the label on his medication or the expectations he should be living up to as a man in his position, as a pilot. No, today Tommy Wright must have his escapade squashed. Today I ask you to consider and conclude that Tommy Wright had intentionally obstructed an NTSB investigation on July 11th, 2023, and has continued to deceive us, all of us here in court, with the power of his defense team. On behalf of the state and the protection of more lives, you must hold the defendant accountable for his actions and return with a verdict of guilty. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jury.
Thank you. Defense, you present your closing argument.
Your Honor, members of the jury, now that you have heard the case as presented to you by the prosecution, it is clear that there is insufficient proof to convict Tommy Wright of the alleged crime. The prosecution has attempted to convince you that because Tommy answered questions in an unusual manner immediately after a crash that could have been fatal, and that the low chance of downdrafts occurring makes Tommy guilty is misleading. And misleading an investigation. And accusing Tommy of being guilty of misleading an investigation because he was below the FAA requirement of 500 feet in the air.
It's incredibly misleading. Their case is just unreliable. But let us reiterate that this case was an accident. On July 11th of 2023, a routine flight, a close-up look at the beautiful scenery and wildlife in Oregon ended tragically due to a sudden downdraft. The data on the GPS flight log and the Garmin device shows clear signs of faulty data, missing numbers. It's very common when entering places like mountains. The witness testimonies from Goose and Merlin show that Tommy is trustworthy when flying. Goose never felt unsafe, and Merlin can agree that Tommy is well-educated on the FAA regulations along with his years of experience. A downdraft may be rare, but it's not impossible, especially when dealing with mountains. Tommy observed wildlife as close as safely possible on this trip, maintaining an altitude within 500 and 550 feet above ground. After the crash, Tommy experienced severe trauma, injuries, and shock. Tommy was not in an appropriate mental state to deliberately threaten Goose immediately after the crash. The words that came out of Tommy's mouth was him trying to make sense of the situation. Treat Mitchell claims that Tommy was lucid during questioning, but Tommy was traumatized. And at the hospital, Tommy was on Organox, a medication that causes drowsiness. When was Tommy in a stable mindset during these questions? He wasn't. I'll repeat. When was Tommy in a stable mindset during these questions? He wasn't. Mitchell says Tommy was hesitant, angry, and defensive, but we know Tommy was incoherent and defiant. Tommy Wright is not a criminal. His intentions mean well, and the injuries he endured were not equivalent to a slap on the wrist. And it's funny how you say that our witnesses are not reliable. It's funny that you say that our witnesses are not reliable because your witnesses' answers were as inconsistent as the GPS data. And I would also like to point out that the prosecution doesn't know what they're saying. The medication that Tommy was apparently taking under the influence while driving the aircraft, that was medication that was taken after the crash. So it's only fair to say that this conclusion given to you by the prosecution is opinion-based. And please ask yourselves, how would you feel if you were doing what you love, sharing that joy, and things just suddenly went wrong, and now you're being painted as an irresponsible pilot who's more focused on selfish gain? Your Honor, members of the jury. Ask yourselves, where is the justice in this courtroom? Your Honor and members of the jury, we hope that you will find it within a verdict of not guilty. And thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it's time for you to reach or to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts and determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement, or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness, in deciding whether to believe a witness. Consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe the witness lied about one thing, you may discredit a part or all their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, such as eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, such as flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it to the bailiff. Furthermore, there was a verdict reached in trial 2. As to the charge of obstructing a proceeding before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505 against Tommy Wright, the defendant is found guilty.
Okay, can we give a round of applause to those last attorneys real quick? All right, last one, best one. Okay. Doesn't matter, pick it up from here. Cool. The closer you go, the better it is. Speaking really far away from it, it's really hard to hear. You have to really speak into the microphone. You don't have to speak that loud. No. But like if you see it, it's like up here. But if you get in here,
Okay, now all rise. The Court of General Session, Wilson School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Hayden.
Please be seated. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant Tommy Wright with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statements? You may proceed. You may proceed.
We the people are responsible for following the law, knowing the difference between right and wrong. When you're pulled over, you know why you have to cooperate, because you're aware of the consequences. What happens if you don't follow the law? Everyone inside of this courtroom is responsible for following the orders and laws of the courtroom. We have obligations and responsibilities we are to fulfill. On the afternoon of July 11, 2023, investigators were called out to a crash site where the defendant, Tommy Wright, Jamie Henderson, and Mike Metcalf, a former Navy pilot, who was later pronounced dead at the hospital. This case is about a choice that Pilot Tommy Wright made to lie to NTSB investigators and ignore the endeavors of the law, mainly to protect the secret of his negligence. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Scarlett Sanchez, and I will represent the people of the state. We carry the burden of proof on our shoulders, and it's my job to prove to you over the duration of this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. We will bring you witness statements that read that right after the crash site, the defendant Tommy Wright told witness Jamie Henderson to lie to the NTSB investigators, and later by encouraging that same witness that if he told the NTSB investigators the truth about the crash, he would withhold any further business with him, trying to secure his livelihood when he knew that Henderson was struggling for power. You will hear from witness Street Mitchell, a former Navy pilot, who was from the same route as the one the defendant did on July 11th, with a similar plane to the one Tommy Wright was flying, stating that the plane which Tommy Wright flew on the day of July 11th was more reliable and easier to use. He will state that the day of the crash, the weather was calm, clear, and windless, making it hard for downdraft to be strong enough to cause a crash, especially if the plane was of the required height of 500 feet. And states that Mike, before leaving the hospital, shouted at the top of his lungs, quote, "too low," when responding to Mitchell's question regarding the plane's elevation. Lastly, we will listen to Sonny Marshall's testimony, who states, while being counseled, eyewitness Jerry noticed the plane to be flying too low after the crash. Both Sonny and Jerry were attending to passengers' rooms overhead the defendant, openly say, I quote, "it was a mistake to go low." And while conversing with Henderson, heard Tommy exchange words in the tone of threat. Jerry told Sonny that she heard Tommy Wright yelling at Mike, who appeared to be laying unconscious, about how it was all about downdrafts. And I quote, "you say downdrafts." The defense will argue by bringing in paid witness Dallas Lynn to convince you that the defendant Tommy Wright was in no state of mind to answer Chief Mitchell's questions regarding details of the crash due to the amount of days that Tommy had been on vacation, called 4 months. When the duration of Mitchell's questioning had been in the span of the day of July 11th to July 12th, and he had only been in the hospital for a day up to that point, and trying to prove that Tommy was in a state of shock and unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, stating that he was in physical shock and unable to form or, I quote, concoct lies. The defendants will also use Dallas' testimony to state that the data on the Garmin GPS is faulty. Evidence shows in the case in a previous case where he was hired to work on Rock V Delta using the same plane, while also stating that the likelihood of a downdraft causing the crash is likely on days where the weather is turbulent and unpredictable. Dallas also states that all the work he does is strictly neutral and unbiased. The defense will call Karen Hawkins to the stand to testify that the crash could have not been possibly the Tommy's pilot skills. The witness also stated that he previously testified against his friends in their case for boosting cars, where he, quote, protected his friends. Karen states that Tommy was an experienced fighter and that Tommy could recite all the rules and regulations from FAA standards to the state law. Testified that the plane Tommy flew on July 11th was in perfect shape, while also concluding that the GPS was faulty or bogus. Tommy Wright, in all his testimony, states, never remembered any of what he said to Henderson or anyone else for that matter. And the government is only and I quote, "the government is only looking for someone to blame and can't, quote, see things as they are, and doesn't understand why he is being charged for a crime he will never commit." In many of his statements, he was always making them with uncertainty. The defense will try to make it seem like Tommy's choices were far from the truth, implying that his statements or actions cannot be taken into account due to Tommy's condition from July 11th to July 12th. When this trial concludes, you will have heard all the statements, seen all the exhibits, and will connect the dots for yourselves. We, the people, know the law of the state exists to protect the truth, and they apply to everyone around us, and punish those who try to conceal it. We ask you, the jury, to hold the defendant to those very laws and find the defendant, Tommy Wright, guilty of perjury and obstruction of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, are you ready to prepare your opening statement?
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
One comment is all it takes. One comment is what prosecution believes is enough to send someone to incarceration. I, Donald Moreno, and my colleagues here greet you members of the jury and your honor, here to discuss the wrongful conviction and the tragedy that came upon the now deceased Mr. Metcalf. This is not a trial on if the crash happened or not. It's imperative that you, as the members of the jury, are made aware that it is a trial on if Tommy Wright is guilty of corruptly obstructing proceedings for the National Transportation Safety Board. Tommy Wright was regarded by his closest friends as a hard worker, passionate, and most importantly, knowledgeable about what he did best. He soared to the top of his class in high school, and a man who has gone decades with no single serious incident while in his business as well. This, however, all changed on July 11, 2023. Tommy Wright, along with his colleague, Goose Henderson, and their client, Mr. Metcalf, a retired veteran, was involved in a crash during one of the commercial flight tour flights. It all should have gone well, business as usual, but an unexpected downdraft caused the aircraft to bank and crash. It was then believed to be a good call by the lead witness of the prosecution, Treat Mitchell, to question Tommy Wright what happened right then and there. This has allowed Treat Mitchell to be counter-defendant while they were clearly in a state of shock and manic due to the trauma endured, something the defendant was later put on medication for, and interpreted those statements as evidence of criminal intent that he's a conniving and malicious liar who acted out in full intent. Tommy Wright is a man who built his career on the foundation of his closest friend and the passion he had for crime. That's the type of person that prosecutor believes to be in a state of shock, selfishly turned to his reputation company for his eyes and then willingly lied. It lines up with both the prosecution's defense statements, what he cared about the crash. But must I reiterate, obstruction of proceedings can only be charged if the defendant is consciously acting maliciously, not recounting what he had believed to be the case at the time. It still could be the case, as it's possible to prove one way or another how the crash truly happened. In Mitchell's account, he himself acknowledges in an affidavit the GPS data may be off by 100 feet. It's impossible to know for certain whether Tommy broke regulations that caused the crash, and it's best to completely disregard any argument the prosecution makes to harp on that point. The issue at the hand, however, is that the prosecution needs someone to take the fall for this tragic accident. Not every incident has a personality pointing to that's the cause of it all, and needs to be brought to justice, however. It must be known that one of the witnesses that's providing testimony for the prosecution is a man who can be put up here, charged with the exact same crime. If Tommy had lied about the crash being accidentally, willingly, maliciously known he was wrong, then would that not put Goose into question either? Instead, he's let off fine and being used to supposedly bring a man to justice, when in actuality there's a point to be made of just how hypocritical the prosecution really is. What else do you think they could bend in their favor to fit in the narrative members of the jury? Take one think about that. You will see the statements from key witnesses today for the defense. Tommy Wright, the defendant, who shows clear signs of being in state of shock, with memory gaps that are to be expected from someone sustaining aircraft crash injuries, showing clear clouding consciousness during key moments the prosecution attempts to convey as malicious. You will then hear from Merlin Hawkins, Tommy's closest friend and business partner, and how Tommy Wright, at the top of his flight school classes, as professional as they got, and is able to account how Tommy was still not acting like themselves during the day he was berated by Treat Mitchell, with a sense of spaciness and a habit of trailing off in the middle of talking, plaguing him at the time. Finally, you'll hear from Dallas Lynn, a licensed pilot and a member of the Canadian Air Force, and how the mountain ranges, which is where the crash had occurred, might add, can lead to GPS signals being inaccurate, which causes key evidence from the prosecution to come out of the picture of possibility. You'll also hear how the medications the defendant was on caused drowsiness and significant confusion or discombobulation through drowsiness, making it difficult to believe that the defendant truly could have lied about all this intentionally. Members of the jury, I implore you to be educated on what beyond a reasonable doubt actually means. That ruling can only be in favor of the prosecution if there's no way Tommy didn't lie about his account, that he didn't do it maliciously in intent, if so, to be charged with obstruction of proceedings. This, however, is already established to be flat out impossible. For the prosecution to have a ruling in their favor here, the sequence of events that would have to happen is Tommy Wright would have knowingly been below 500 feet, caused the aircraft, and ignoring his extreme agony and state of shock, immediately speak up a lie, force use in a false view which said lie, and do all of this while under medication that can cause confusion, completely maliciously, and with ill intent. This sounds nearly impossible at best. The prosecution is a team built on bending the story into their favor in order to make it look like Tommy Wright is a guilty man. A witness who has seen this entire case from the lens of Tommy being guilty, not bothering to hear him out and only taking his word when he's in clear agony and not mentally present at all. And another witness who has committed the same exact deed, but is yet supposed to be here today to bring someone who has done the same to him to justice. The GPS data is able to fully prove Tommy Wright's guilt, and the prosecution has no other evidence to truly prove that this isn't just twisting potential accident into malice. That genuine belief doesn't equate to fabrication. And if there is no fabrication, what else do we have? There is no case being made to charge Tommy Wright at all. Members of the jury, once you hear this case, you may see yourself innocent of Tommy Wright, and I ask you to not give a guilty verdict by the end. And to do all the statements, all the evidence, you yourself will have seen that there's no room to be scapegoating an innocent man in an event as tragic as this. And how impossible it is to truly be on that reasonable doubt that Tom Wright, under all that agony, confusion, and trauma-induced shock, was a conniving liar who had been schemed up the supposed lie intended from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, are you ready for the first witness?
Yes, we would like to bring forward Treat Mitchell.
You may proceed.
Mr. Mitchell, please state your occupation for the court.
I'm an investigator with the International Transportation Safety Board.
Okay. How long have you worked as an NTSB investigator?
Since 2007.
Okay. Briefly, what experience do you have in aviation?
I have served as a fighter pilot in the U.S. Navy and have investigated over 40 aviation incidents.
Were you assigned to investigate the July 11th crash?
Yes.
How soon after the crash did you arrive?
About an hour after being notified.
And what did you observe at that crash?
It crashed Kasama 172 with significant damage, including crashed landing gear and a broken wing.
Did you speak with the defendant about the cause of the crash?
Yes.
What did the defendant say?
The defendant said that they were unsure what happened and suggested a downdraft.
And based on your experience, are downdrafts usually dangerous at safe altitude?
No, they are generally manageable if the aircraft is flying at a safe altitude.
And what were the weather conditions that day?
Clear, calm, and windy.
What is the minimum altitude required for a
At least 500 feet from the terminal.
And what did the aircraft GPS data show just before the crash?
It showed the aircraft descending from about 550 feet to of 550 feet to 400 feet.
Okay. And based on your investigation, what was the conclusion about the cause of the crash?
The aircraft was flying below the required altitude conducted to the crash.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, would you like to cross-examine?
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
You mentioned that during your Navy career, you had a reputation for being careless, which results in multiple safety incidents. Is that right?
Yes.
After these incidents, you were investigated for insubordination and left the Navy. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were questioning the defendant directly after the crash, didn't he just experience some traumatic injuries?
That's right.
And did he seem disoriented or confused at all while you were questioning?
He was not.
You mentioned that the downdrafts rarely cause plane crashes, but isn't it possible for downdrafts to contribute to serious accidents?
Objection. Speculation.
Sustained. The garbage GPS that were on the specific flight aren't always 100% reliable, is that right?
That's right.
You mentioned that the garments can vary in altitudes ranging from 50 to about like 100 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it true that you don't have any professional experience with satellites and cook paths or GPS signaling?
Yes.
So if the plane was reported to be around 550 feet soon before the crash, it's possible that the satellite connection could have disconnected and the plane could have been on.
Objection, speculation.
It's going to what was researched for the expert as part of their testimony and report.
So if the plane was reported to be around 500 feet soon before the crash, it's possible that the satellite connection could have disconnected, which means the plane could be well above 500 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what organox is and how can it affect the patient's memory or just how they're thinking in general?
No.
Were you aware that before you asked the defendant about the GPS data, he was put on organox and didn't seem confused or mentally impaired at all?
No.
Well, organox can really mess up with your mind, and that's maybe why his memory was either...
Objection relevant?
Yes, you're more testifying right now than asking questions, so sustained.
And during your questioning, the defendant never seemed like they maliciously tried to cause his plane crash, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. You're excused.
We would like to call to the stage Taryn Bruin Hawkins.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Please state your name and introduce yourself to the court and explain your connection to the case.
Taryn Hawkins, lifelong pilot.
You worked with Tommy as a pilot. What do you know about him?
Tommy was one of the most knowledgeable pilots I've ever met when it comes to aviation regulations, safety procedures, and operating aircraft properly.
Regarding the flight school, you stated Tommy had all the rules and regulations down, and there's not a single rule of the air that Tommy doesn't know by heart. Does this suggest Tommy's knowledge of the aviation rules was thorough?
Yes.
May I proceed?
You may.
You mentioned Tommy was mainly vague in answering my questions, and there was definitely times Tommy was clear. Does this suggest Tommy was trying to recall events while still recovering and possibly disoriented?
Yes, to me it sounded like Tommy was trying to piece together.
Objection to speculation. Overrule as speculation.
Yes, to me it sounded like Tommy was trying to piece together what happened based on what he remembered while still in a confused physical and mental state.
You wrote, I can only conclude that this GPS stuff is faulty, bogus, or totally misunderstood. If the GPS was indeed faulty, does this suggest the pilot, Tommy, could not have accurately navigated regardless of their skill?
Yes, if the GPS data was inaccurate or incomplete, then yes, that could affect navigation information and make it harder for any pilot, even one experienced as Tommy, to fully rely on.
In your statement, you attest, I cannot wrap my head around this accident. The plane Tommy used was in perfect shape, and Tommy is a pro. Does this suggest you believe Tommy, as a skilled pilot, would not have made an error leading to this crash, especially in a well-maintained aircraft?
Yes, based on my experience working with Tommy for years, I do not believe Tommy would intentionally or carelessly make a mistake that would cause a crash, especially while flying a well-maintained aircraft.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Prosecution would like to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Proceed.
You may proceed.
How long have you been flying for?
Over 20 years.
Would you say that you are aware of the National Transportation Safety Board's and Federal Aviation Administration's regulations?
Yes, I'm familiar with aviation regulations and safety procedures.
So then, would you say you and your business partner, Mr. Tommy Wright, are aware of the 500 feet regulation for a 135 flight, the kind your company flies, as experienced pilots?
Yes, we are aware of that.
In your statement, you expressed that Jamie Goose Henderson has flown with you before, and he has shown concern about the altitudes at which you fly, saying that your regard for following regulations actually bothered you. Mr. Hawkins, is it true that for select clientele who wanted to see the views up close and personal, you made sure it happened?
If it was in our safety procedures.
Isn't it true that your company has received radio warnings for low and potentially dangerous elevation drops, along with customer complaints by those who, in your words, weren't risky enough as you thought?
There were warnings and a few complaints over the years, but nothing ever resulted from it.
And your partner, Tommy Wright, can you confirm that he knew every regulation, the NTSB, from NTSB to FAA as previously stated?
Yes.
Based on the flight log, the aircraft spent around 30 seconds under 500 feet before ultimately crashing. Mr. Wright claimed there was a downdraft. Would you say that as an extremely experienced pilot and at a high enough elevation, he would be able to maneuver through this, even as not a detrimental condition?
I can't personally verify the flight log data because I was not on the aircraft.
Would you say that he was experienced enough in previous situations to deal with something like this?
No comment.
Being below the 500 foot mark, is it true that it would be more challenging to safely fly?
Yes, with lower altitudes leads less room for recovery, and so, yes.
When you spoke to Wright at the hospital, did he have one straight answer about what happened?
No.
Would you say he was somewhat vague?
Yes.
And then the note you delivered to Mr. Henderson, you did not see it, correct?
Correct.
How did Mr. Henderson look when you talked to him?
At first, he seemed calm and responsive, but after reading the note, he became serious.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're excused.
All right, prosecution, can you please call your second witness?
May I call Jamie Goose Henderson to the stand? How long have you known the defendant, Tommy Wright?
I've known the defendant now for about 15 years.
What would you say your relationship is?
I would say we're pretty good friends. I went as his photographer on a flight with him, and then after that we became business partners.
Can you describe his demeanor and actions in the moment of the crash?
Tommy was occasionally a bit of an extreme flyer, but since there was someone on board, he was trying to show off a little bit. But most of the time, I'd say he's pretty safe. I've been flying with him for around 15 years now.
Were you aware of any regulations regarding minimum safe altitudes or heights in that area that Tommy might have reached?
On the flight, it seemed like we were really close to the ground, so I chimed up to Tommy, sharing my 2 cents about how close we were to the ground, much to Tommy's dismay. I don't know much about altitude since I'm just a photographer in the business, but I gave him my input, and I don't think he really took it that well.
Can you describe what flight maneuver Tommy did that led to the crash?
I don't really know what flight maneuver he took, but the plane suddenly banked hard to the right and dropped like a rock flying out of the sky. It felt like an air pocket, like when you're in a big plane and there's turbulence.
Your Honor, may I present exhibit number 5?
You may.
This is the note that Taryn proceeded to take out and hand to me when I was in the hospital.
Can you describe what it says?
When I read the note, things changed. I unfolded the note and I swear it says, "I'm so sorry, but remember what I said and you'll be okay." I was trying to process all these threats Tommy made after the crash. I was torn up by already lying to the NTSB investigator, so I was a little confused on the note.
Did Tommy ever suggest or imply that you should change your recollection of the events to the investigator?
He never really told me to flat out lie, but he definitely implied for me to lie about the crash and say that it was all going to be okay if I listened to him.
Can you describe your interaction with Tommy Wright directly following the crash, specifically regarding the investigation?
Tommy did something really weird. Tommy turned such that Tommy was directly facing me, through the clenched teeth growled, and said, "Goose, we were high enough, we were above deck, and it was downdraft that caused this crash. It was really, really big downfall." I was taken aback. I mean, what a time to be worried about something like that. I replied, "I don't know what the rules are, but we seem like we were pretty low for looking for the bear." He cut me off and snapped, "If you ever want another business referral from me ever again, if you want that nest egg to grow, we were flying high and it was a crazy big downdraft. Got it." I was too stunned to speak and didn't reply.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, would you like to cross-examine?
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Is it true you are a nature photographer and not a pilot?
Yes.
Is it true you have flown with Tommy for 15 years?
Yes.
Is it true you never felt unsafe and Tommy would do the right thing?
Most of the time I felt safe, but sometimes it got a little risky.
Is it true you can't give 100% certainty of the height you were flying at?
Not 100% certainty because I'm not that experienced, but I can give a little bit of info.
Is it true you only lied to protect your business?
Sort of. I lied for myself and the business, but then I ended up telling the truth.
Can you confirm with 100% sureness that what Tommy said after the crash were the exact words used?
Yes.
Finally, can you confirm you only changed your story after being confronted about the flight data?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your excuse. Prosecution, you may call your third witness.
Dallas Lynn. please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi, I'm Alice Lynn, and I'm a licensed pilot and a reserve combat pilot for the Royal Canadian Air Force.
You did not personally witness the incident, correct?
No, I didn't.
Your conclusions are based on reports and photographs?
Yeah.
You cannot say with 100% certainty what caused the event, can you?
No, I can't.
According to people, he chose to fly below altitude, normal altitude, correct?
Repeat that?
According to witnesses, he chose to fly below normal altitude, correct?
Correct.
Have courts previously rejected your expert opinions?
Repeat that? Sorry.
Have courts previously rejected your expert opinions?
Not to my knowledge, no.
What kind of experience do you have with crash investigations?
Well, I am a licensed pilot, and I've had over 10 years of investigation of Transportation Safety Board of Canada.
Is there a chance the GPS signal has gaps?
Yeah.
When checking the GPS data, what did you see?
Well, I saw that there are recordings below the 500-foot floor that should have been maintained, and the GPS was barely used, so if the reboot happens during the flight, the equipment won't connect to any data or satellites.
Were you able to witness the remains of the crash?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would the defense like to cross-examine Ms. Lind?
May I proceed?
You may.
Can you please state your education and professional background?
I'm a licensed pilot, and I have over 10 years of investigation experience of Transportation Safety Board of Canada.
How many investigations involving aeronautics have you conducted?
What was that?
How many investigations involving aeronautics have you conducted?
I've done more than 100 investigations.
Were you asked to examine the evidence of this case?
Yeah.
What methods did you use during that investigation?
I used reviewing reports, inspecting evidence, analyzing flight data, and comparing witness statements.
Based on your analysis, were you able to form an expert opinion?
Yeah.
Are your methods commonly accepted in your field?
Yeah.
Did anything in your investigation suggest your findings were inaccurate?
No.
Can you explain your conclusion to the jury?
Well, to circle back to the GPS, another scenario could be a heated windshield, and if the device is overheated, it may not be transmitted properly.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Prosecution, do you have any other witnesses?
Sonny Marshall.
May I proceed?
You may.
Can you please state your name and occupation for the record? My name is Sonny Marshall, and where exactly were you on the day of the crash, July 11th, 2023? I was camping at Stars Shelf with my friend Jerry Mock. What did you see from the campsite? From the campsite, I saw the plane flying extremely low, almost touching the trees. Would you say your friend Jerry knows well about planes? Yes, he has a lot of experience with planes. When you arrived at the crash site, what was the first thing you saw? First thing I saw was debris and smoke in the passengers. After dislodging the defendant from the plane, would you say he was in a present mindset? No, he was disoriented and shaken out from the crash. Did you hear any conversation between the victims while at the site? Yes, Wright was yelling and panting
crashed into the ground.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, you may cross-examine the witness. You may.
Ms. Marshall, you described camping as your favorite thing. Would you say your passion distracts you from noticing details?
Could you repeat that?
You described camping as your favorite thing. Would you also say your passion distracts you from noticing any details?
I would not say it distracts me.
You said the plane was buzzing your campsite. How far was it exactly?
I couldn't say exactly how far.
When you noticed the plane was flying low, did you attempt to contact anyone, authorities, rangers, or emergency services?
Not when it was flying low, but after I used my hand radio to contact emergency responders.
And you have no knowledge of the experiences of the planes, correct?
I do not.
Wouldn't you say like a traumatic events would fogs on memory?
It could, but for me, it didn't.
That's a question.
Objection to proper opinion. I'm just going to overrule right now. Thank you. Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses? No, yeah. Defense, can you call your next witness?
I would like to call Tom Wright.
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the case? My name is Tommy Wright.
Do you have any flying experience?
Yes, I started flying back in the 90s. I aced flight school, and after school I worked on and off as a flight instructor and did contract work for the government doing aerial mapping. I got at least 1,000 hours of aerial mapping in my first 5 years. I also worked as a contract pilot for some small companies that did several 135s for tours before my decades doing 135s in Berlin.
Can you tell me about your experience with 135?
We mostly did 135 flights at my charter flight business, which is the FAA's name for tourist or commercial charter flights. These are super popular in Oregon thanks to our state's great natural beauty.
On the day of the crash, can you tell me who you were working with?
On the day of the crash, I was working with Goose. Goose was a struggling photographer, and after that flight, we gave each other a job opportunity. As I was flying, he would take pictures of the wildlife. Goose met a customer named Mike, and he wanted to go on a 135 flight.
And do you think he reflects on how you work?
Who's he? Goose? I think we work well together. He brings in people that want to go flying, and he takes pictures for them. I'd say it's a real nice win-win for both of us.
Can you tell me what happened during the crash?
Can you say that again?
Can you tell me what happened during the crash?
On the day of the flight, it was pretty gusty, and we were just flying around, and all of a sudden, my bird banked right and descended. It felt like an air pocket or a downdraft. I've experienced downdrafts before. Every pilot has. But this one felt different and much, much bigger than anything else I can remember. We dropped and banked so hard it made me dizzy.
Do you recall getting help once the incident happened?
I think some campers were the first to help us, but I was pretty groggy and don't remember much. I think one of them might have helped me get out of the plane. I'm not really sure. I recall being leaned up on against a rock or something when the emergency responders started to arrive.
Do you remember anything else happening after that? in the ambulance and at the hospital, but I know I was still upset. I think I said I had no idea what happened. It might have been the downdrafts. No further questions.
Thank you. Prosecution, would you like to cross-examine the witness?
Yes.
You may proceed.
At the time the aircraft was landed, what was your understanding of the FAA safety regulations?
My understanding was that I could not go below 500 feet above the ground, and I maintained above 500 feet at all times.
At the time, how familiar were you with the Cook Pass and Mount Dominic Way?
I'm very familiar with Cook Pass. I'd say I could fly it in my sleep. It's one of the best routes of flights that I know.
You enjoy impressing your clients, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically those who were previously pilots?
That's correct.
Mr. Wright, were you adamant on ruining Mr. Metcalf's time in the sky, even judging whether to be safe enough despite the previous one?
Ruining his time?
Running his time, sorry.
I just wanted to show him as much wildlife as I could and give him the best flight I could.
Is it possible that this downdraft, different from others, could have been severe of your drop in altitude?
I believe the downdraft is what caused the accident.
Mr. Wright, how low were you flying before the crash?
Not lower than 500 feet.
Did you intentionally lower the aircraft so passengers could see the bear?
I went as low as I could to get to 500 feet, but did not drop below 500 feet.
So despite knowing the altitude of the peaks and despite knowing the 500-foot rule, you intentionally took the aircraft below into Cook Pass?
That's true.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. You're excused. Prosecution, are you ready to deliver your closing argument?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we began this trial making a promise to you that this crime wasn't a mistake, but a choice that the evidence revealed to be false and true. Throughout the duration of this case, we heard from witnesses that Tommy Wright's actions were an attempt to hide from the truth. The defendant, Tommy Wright, showed us that he was desperate to hide the truth from us, from you, the people of this very state. You heard from witness statements to scene exhibits. They were not made or fabricated in the way that Tommy Wright tried to manipulate this entire investigation for the sake of his own gain. You heard all the facts and the laws of aviation from Chief Michael, as well as the last testimony of Mike Metcalf before his passing. You heard the off-putting testimony of the campers overhearing Tommy Wright after the crash, trying to order a severely injured man to say downdrafts, to blame downdrafts. You heard Jamie Henderson explain the nature of Tommy Wright, and every interaction that he had with Tommy after the crash was nothing but making sure Henderson continued to lie to NTSB investigators. You heard from the defense witness, Taryn Hawkins, who stated he shared many risk-taking natures with Tommy, and the plane of the day of the crash was in perfect condition, while also stating that the German GPS could have been bogus. The defense throughout this entire case tried to make you look everywhere but the defendant, blaming faulty equipment or weather, which is nothing but clear skies on July 11th, claiming that it could have been downdrafts, or blaming pills as to the reason why Tommy Wright couldn't have told any lies. The day that Tommy Wright was put in hospital, he had only been on medication for 1 day, when the defense tried to say that he had been on medication for multiple days. For that same reason, we asked you to state to protect our laws from what the facts demand. We ask you to hold the defendant, Tommy Wright, accountable for the choices he made and to find the defendant guilty of perjury and obstruction of justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Defense, are you receiving your closing argument?
Tragedy does not equate to incarceration. Situations like these are never so black and white. Just because the tragedy had occurred does not equate to the defendant being guilty, or anyone being guilty at all for that matter. Throughout this trial, the prosecution has been attempting to scapegoat the defendant, Tommy Wright, chalking him up as someone that needs to be blamed for this crime. This is obviously in contrast to all the evidence you've been heard in this case. Emotion should not replace evidence. What does replace evidence is the burden of proof the prosecution has been instructed to uphold, a threshold that has not been met whatsoever. The only piece of evidence that can even point to Tommy's potential recklessness flying has too many complications to really be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Not all questions have an answer, and whether or not Tommy was below the 500 is one of those questions that will remain unanswered. But the jury must remember, your duty is to determine whether the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Tommy Wright knowingly lied to federal investigators, and he was responsible for lying. That's realistic to say. Right after a devastating plane crash that left him hospitalized and on medication, the first he does is conspire this ill-intended plan for someone as selfish to save his reputation. It's been well established Tommy cares about his business, and he worried about it during the whole ordeal. But for that the person goes over and for the prosecution to assume he had a full state of mind, but questioning when it's a fact that he was on medication, it was like a leap in judgment to sentence him off to prison. The evidence during the witness testimonies shows that too. Beginning with, they claim that the prosecution claims that Dallas was paid and they should not be held unreliable. Well, Goose was actually being used as a witness to avoid prosecution for the same crime that they're trying to convict Tommy of. Doesn't that sound just unreliable? Mitchell himself says that he was unsure and that the downdraft is possible and that he himself has been investigated for recklessness while during in the Navy. Mitchell was not on medication. Mitchell was not aware that Tom was on medication. And the prosecution, funnily enough, did the witness testimony for us. They were really excited to get the case going. A bit too savage and hungry for a guilty statement. But what this shows me that they're sloppy and reckless. This should not be trusted whatsoever. Smart Cow is built on overhearings of a fragment of an exchange and couldn't notice how far the plane was. So nothing was proven whatsoever. So, by looking at all the evidence presented today, there only seems to be one appearance to be made here, one that seems obviously plausible. Allow me to restate the sequence of events the prosecution believes to have happened. Tommy was knowingly flying below regulations, crashed his plane, and immediately thought, after all the confusion and trauma that put him on medication to begin with, came up with a malicious, selfish lie to save his reputation as a well-experienced pilot, and stuck firm on that exact same story, calculated enough so there is just so happens to be exact ways to prove his innocence. This just seems implausible. It's the real scenario that requires such a huge leap in judgment, as if you change only one of these factors in what happens, that would immediately exonerate Tommy. Mitchell himself admits that GPS data can be around $50 to $100, but even in the small case that Tommy was flying below the pattern calculation, the trial is about an ill attempt to be proven or not on his accounts, on supposedly obstructing these proceedings, and not that he had genuinely believed he was going above 500 and meeting the threshold. Goose has changed his story and has committed the same acts Tommy is sitting right here for. Tommy has stayed absolutely firm on his accounting to the best of his ability, whereas Goose has shifted his story, which he had admitted he first did for his own selfish gain. If he lied about his story once, who's to say he's reliable enough for a witness who didn't lie about it again? In order to prosecute the defendant, there needs to be a clear criminal intent, something this case clearly lacks. And any false sign of criminal intent, the prosecution assumes it's absolutely worse than Tommy Wright, so it fits this narrative they've attempted to craft. People of the jury, it's imperative that I know you're aware of what beyond a reasonable doubt truly means. If there's even a sliver of doubt that makes you believe Tommy couldn't have done such a carefully calculated scheme like this, then you must acquit. The prosecution has given you nothing but assumptions, speculations, and interpretations of shaky witness accounts. This cannot substitute for evidence, however. The hard-working, passionate Tommy Wright is not guilty of obstruction of proceedings, and we defense asks you to the only verdict the evidence supports, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Counsel. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant is guilty on a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe the witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, such as eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, such as flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have questions, submit it in writing. Furthermore, a verdict was reached in trial number 3. As to count 1, obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505, the jury has found defendant Tommy Wright guilty.
Take a big sigh of relief first. You guys are done. Nice job. Give yourselves a round of applause.
what I can use help with.
You got a question, Charlie?
Yes, there needs to be a couple of things that happen before you guys just like dip out of here. Yeah, but it's not gonna be long, I promise. The first thing that I need is the tables to be stacked up over there. The chairs can go back on that rolling cart to go back to my classroom. We just need to clear space over here so that way we can take a picture together. Okay, after we take a picture together, anybody that wants extra credit to help me bring my shit back to the classroom or to the pool, I need you. Cool? Questions? All right, let's go. Everybody up there. Come on. Oh, you also have to turn in your papers to this box. There's trial, feedback on trial practice. Papers go up here in this box. Yeah.
Hey, you are in the back and you're like
Guys, back row. Go down to the front.
Yes.
Go. Come stand right here. Guys, come stand right here. Come stand right here. Come stand right here. You can't see you guys.
All right, the professionals here now.
It's being live.